All right, good evening, Daytona Beach. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the December 20th, 2023 meeting of the Daytona Beach City Commission. We're happy and delighted to have each of you with us. At this time, we would ask Madam Clerk if she would pleasure us with a roll call.
Commissioner Cantu?
Here.
Commissioner Henry? Here. Commissioner Reed?
Here.
Commissioner Paris?
Here.
Commissioner Strickland?
Here.
Commissioner May?
Here.
Mayor Derek L. Henry?
Here. We will now have the invocation led by Commissioner Reed, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Cantu. Please rise for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
I will bless the Lord at all times. His praises shall continually be in my mouth. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Lord, it's once again we come before your throne and we say thank you. We thank you for the rain so that we can appreciate the sunshine. We thank you for pain so that we can experience joy. We thank you for hatred so that we can understand what love is. And we thank you for your Son for the reason of this season called Christmas. Now, as we convene this evening and talk about the business of the great Daytona Beach, Florida, we ask that you would lead us, that you would guide us, that you would give us inspiration on how to best serve this community. And we'll be careful to always give you the honor and the praise that you deserve. We lift up every household that's represented here this evening. We lift up every person that works in this building to help this city to run. It is the engine of this city. We lift up the leadership from our city manager and our city attorney and our mayor. And Lord, we just say thank you for such a beautiful place in which to live. We lift up the homeless that are on our streets, Lord, who have no shelter, who have nowhere to lay their head. And we pray that whatever your will for them is, that it will be done. In this holiday season, we lift up our children and we say thank you for the joy they bring in our lives. And we honor them by honoring you, by guiding them and not allowing them to go astray. In this meeting, we've got several things to discuss, but all we want to do is to make sure that you're pleased when we make these decisions, to honor you, for it's through you that we serve, and it's through you that we give glory. So tonight, again, we say thank you for life, for health, and for strength. Thank you for this holiday season, and let everyone be blessed and bring us a brand new year, 2024. We'll be careful to give you the honor, all the glory, and you have all the power. It's in the mighty and matchless name of Jesus I pray. Let us all say, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to move on to item number 4, which is approval of the minutes of the November 15th, 2023 City Commission meeting.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, I'm not sure. Commissioner May
And Cantu.
Cantu. Do we have any questions or comments? All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those in opposition, same sign. This motion carries 7-0. Now move on to our agenda approval. If there are any changes, our city manager will address them at this time.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, we would like to continue item 9A to the January 3rd, 2024 City Commission meeting. It's the Growth Management and Planning Department University Transition Redevelopment Midtown Text Amendment. We're adding item 8R, the Public Works Department, Jackie Robinson Ballpark Grandstand Roof Repairs. Add item 8S, Utilities Department Hazard Mitigation Grant Program application. And we're removing 8I from the consent, which was at the request of Commissioner Cantu. It's dealing with our TPO, so she's asking for that to be moved off the consent. That concludes the changes.
I move that we accept the agenda with the said changes.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Reed, second from Commissioner May. Do we have questions or comments? All right. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are in opposition, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is our presentations. Our first presentation tonight is Team Volusia Economic Development Update, presented by Keith Norden, President and CEO.
Keith.
I appreciate the opportunity to update the City Commission of Daytona Beach. It's been some time since we've been in front of you, but we've been engaged with the city and the Department of Economic Development constantly through 2023 and earlier. Just a brief update of who we are. As you know, we are supported by the 15 municipalities of Volusia County, which brings our budget to about a 44% public sector budget. We have 6 colleges and universities participating and very engaged with the organization. That's 5% of the budget, and 51% of the budget is private. We were formed, and you were part of the founding partners in 2010. And we have over 85 private sector partners that help fund the organization. But again, we work collaboratively with all the folks in this circle you see on the right. And economic development is a collaborative environment. You can see we work very closely with the Volusia County Division of Economic Development and the leadership of Volusia County, but also the All-Private CEO Business Alliance, the colleges and universities, the chambers of commerce, and our utility companies, and the list goes on and on. Very proud of our private sector involvement. The private sector is important to us because it funds our business recruitment efforts and our marketing efforts. The public sector funds pay for our operations, but everything else is paid for by the private sector. We also use the private sector to help sell the area, so when a company comes to town, they can meet with businesses that are already operating here in Volusia County, and we very much appreciate their engagement and support. Just a real quick snapshot of our project sales funnel. We are a sales operation. We look at this sales funnel seriously. Stage 1 are projects that have initially contacted us, or we have maybe met on one of our recruitment trips, but they haven't really been qualified. They're qualified really when we send additional information and they've visited the area at least once. So that's stage 2. Again, it's a sales funnel. Stage 3, they visited more than once. They've had constructive conversations with our municipalities or the county or our developers. Stage 4, they're in negotiations. We're quite proud. We have 5 projects in negotiations right now, and then 5 projects established in 2023. We have these announced projects for 2023. Amazon, of course, is the last Amazon facility located in Daytona. It's a storage facility, 1 million square feet under roof. It's still being built out next to the existing Daytona facility for the first fulfillment center located in Volusia County. Of course, you have the mega facility here in Daytona Beach that's still being completed. Encompass Health is a health-related project in Daytona Beach, and of course, we're very proud to say that we were initially involved when the Daytona Aquarium was seeking locations in Volusia County, and so we're proud of that facility that will be opening right after the first of the year. So I think it's a great addition because it's on the Nova corridor with the Brown Museum and MOAS and all the entertainment, but close also to Daytona Beach and the resort area. And then this is what we are very pleased about is our activity in Daytona Beach. We've got in the pipeline, in that pipeline you saw, this is the pipeline for projects that Daytona Beach has been proposed to or in negotiations or announced. So since 2019, we have proposed 123 projects for the city of Daytona Beach. Keep in mind that we typically have 40 to 50 proposals each year, so that's a great number of those proposals for the area. Next are the locations since 2019 for Daytona Beach. Of course, we have Encompass Health. Ocelot is a Brazilian firm. Aviation Aerospace, first U.S. Facility. The Greenery, the Daytona Aquarium, Culture Studio, the VA Health Clinic, a new company, French company, it's Project Bourget Aero. They're initially coming to Embry-Riddle, but there are plans to build a large manufacturing facility, their first U.S. facility. They have the full confidence of the French government. We first met them in January, and then we met with them as they exhibited at the Paris Air Show. Of note, they were one of 3 companies visited by the President of France at the Paris Air Show. So they are a very large player, so we're excited to have them come to the area in Daytona Beach. We have Amazon, the Project Carman, which is located next to the airport. And then we also have the One Up Logistics, which was the first Amazon facility that is a much smaller facility. But all total, if you look at those projects, the total economic impact for Daytona Beach since 2019 is $923 million. So it's close to $1 billion worth of total economic impact for the city. The next slide is what is on our website. This is how we highlight Daytona Beach with demographics. These are 22 demographics, but you show very well, good location, median age is below the county's average. And so we highlight this when we are on the road as well. And when we're on the road, we have 3 of us that are actually out identifying leads and raising the visibility of Daytona Beach and Volusia County. This year, there were 31 outreach activities, mainly focusing on aviation, aerospace, manufacturing, medical, as well as consultant activity, but definitely a lot of the activities go to aviation aerospace because of our geographic location next to the Space Coast. Some international, as you can see, and then we were proud to be part of the Hungarian Summit. The first Hungarian Summit was last year, which occurred in Daytona Beach. And so a large delegation from Hungary came over to Volusia County, met with a lot of the business leaders and the elected leadership, and then a local delegation went over in June, and very pleased that Mayor Henry led the group and was a keynote speaker, along with some other notable folks. And through that visit, we are actually bringing a group of Hungarians over, business leaders, educational leaders, and elected officials over in May of 2024. It's already scheduled. So the whole plan is to go back and forth. And I applaud the mayor who had an active role in this mission along with others. So thank you, Mayor. And then we are fully metriced. We had, as you can see, 26 site visits this year, 31 outreach events, and during the events and outreach activities, we pre-scheduled and scheduled and met with 495 corporate decision makers, consultants, business leaders, and so these are not casual meetings. These are meetings with folks that are important with their real estate projects and the whole purpose is to raise the visibility of who we are. We're not in Miami, we're not Orlando, but we are Volusia County, and I must say that Daytona has a wonderful global brand for many reasons, but it is well known globally, and we're excited about that. And then I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. So I appreciate the opportunity.
I have a question. They go back and forth, and what is the overall purpose between the exchange between the cities? Is there a plan?
To actually bring business to Volusia County and Daytona Beach. So there, we have a relationship now with USF where we have started an incubator for businesses, international businesses, not only from Hungary, but that will be manned by USF, some in Volusia County and some elsewhere. So there is definitely a business component to it. And the seminars that we did were business oriented.
I want to thank you for coming. Yes, I do have a question about when people come to do the site visits that maybe don't choose us or we're not their option. Is there anything maybe that we could improve on that you think maybe you would suggest?
Well, sometimes it could be a combination of situations. There has been a recent incentive situation for a very large company we're working on for Daytona Beach, and the incentives we offered were good, but the location they chose had a lot more incentives. We had a very perfect site. Unfortunately, there was a community in Florida that had what's called triumph funds from the oil spillage. So our site was removed from the search. Site in Panama City Beach was the preferred site in Florida. Large incentives, $110 million of local incentives because of the triumph funds, but they ended up in Dayton, Ohio. So Florida lost completely. So, and one of the decisions was also available buildings. So Dayton, Ohio had an available building for them to go into. So it's, every project is very different, but we are we are an attractive location because of our location at the intersection of I-95 and I-4 and part of really the Central Florida region.
I think you're being nice and being generous, but I think the question really was, what can we do to be better? And is that not the question?
Yes, well, I can say.
Just tell us what we can do, because
well,
you know there are things that we can work on.
Well, but product is always important. So we need shovel-ready sites and we need product. We need buildings to show. So if there's not a building to show and there's not a shovel-ready site, it's very unlikely that we get a visit.
Okay.
So it's like a model home.
Have they brought up housing at all? Has that been a holdback for some companies coming here? Saying insufficient housing, let's say.
No. Not. You know, we have several projects. The projects that are announced, you know, we've got European projects. We've got projects that may employ people locally, so they're not concerned about housing. If their plan is to hire local employees and not a lot of transfers in, then there's not a lot of concern about housing. But our housing, if we are looked at along with other communities of Florida, our housing is more affordable than South Florida, many of the communities of South Florida and Tampa. So you have to look at each project is very different. But
Keith, I'd like to thank you for your presentation to the Volusia League of Cities last Thursday evening.
oh, thank you, Ms.
And to
Reed.
also thank you for doing something with that eyesore in my zone, bringing the aquarium to that mall.
Well, we're excited because that's my pathway to work. So I enjoy seeing them, and it really is going to be an exciting project for Daytona Beach and all of Volusia County.
They had a beautiful display in our Christmas parade, letting the city know they're coming.
Okay. Keith, you've been more than generous with your time this evening, and more than a wheel at bringing all of the many projects to fruition throughout Volusia County. On behalf of the commission and the citizens, I want to thank you for your work, but I also want to admonish us as a community to remember that there are a lot of factors that go into being successful. You know, in one business, the business community has to work together because other businesses that are attracted to a community, they notice that.
They do.
They notice the environment that you are operating in. Second thing is that we have to continue to support our school system because you got to have a world-class school system in many cases to attract some of the folks that we want. Our housing stock has been enhanced of late greatly, and I think that is an advantage. And the cost of housing, while for us, we find it to be not as affordable as we would like comparatively, as he stated, to other regions that we're competing with, we still have a great situation in that area. But I just would close with this from my comment is that everything about your community should be attended to. And that's sort of our business up here, is to attend to everything about Daytona Beach that we can to make us as attractive as possible. But again, thanks for your good work. If we have any other questions.
I just wanted to commend the Department of Economic Development and to the city manager as well, the leadership from the city manager. He's been great, and we show seamlessly. We work very closely with the Daytona Regional Chamber, and we have actually located projects because of the closeness we have with our municipalities and the Daytona Regional Chamber and our university. So not every community is like that. You know, sometimes the chamber can't sit with the EDC and they don't want to be in the same room, or so we really have a great collaborative community here.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is item 6B. It's a Public Works Department, December 2023 Beautification Award winners, a member of the Beautification Tree Advisory Board to report.
Good evening. Mayor Henry, members of the City Commission, and Mr. Fletcher. My name is Sharon Weatherholtz, 3 Granville Circle, Zone 1. This is the opportunity for the Beautification Board to improve one property at a time. And giving these awards out creates competition in the neighborhood. You put up that sign, you've got it for like a month, and people all want to know, how did you do it?
Yeah.
The Beautification Tree and Advisory Board has selected Kelly Carman, Denise Nirschl at 773 Greenway Place as the Residential Beautification Award winner for the month of December. Kelly and Denise have been residents in Daytona and have resided at this address for 30 years. They take great pride in maintaining their yard and beautification. Every year, a Christmas display is done, and in 2019, they were chosen to deck their home out on the Great Christmas Light Fight, where you are selected through a nationwide search based on past elaborate light displays representing Daytona Beach. The types of trees, shrubs, and plants used for beautification include crepe myrtles, a variety of palm trees, hibiscus, succulent plants, crotons, Christmas cactus, and a variety of vines. They also have a little garden set to the side that she grows vegetables. So she's an all-inclusive plant person. I think we've got another 30 seconds of that. Anyway,
Okay.
anyway, they won the award. And Miss Juanita May is going to be presenting the award. Wow.
Go ahead.
We have Denise.
First of all, I wanted to say.
Boy,
that's
you
a
got
lot.
that much yellow.
How long does it take you to put it up? About a month and a half. And to take it down? Not. Okay, very well. I appreciate the fact that you are definitely in the Christmas spirit, and that when people drive by, they smile when they see a property. And I think it just helps to let us all know that taking pride in our property helps all of us just feel better in general. And thank you for representing us nationally. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is there a representative from Caribbean Jacks? I didn't know who it was going to be, sorry. Mayor Henry, members of the City Commission, and Mr. Viecher, the Beautification Tree Advisory Board has selected Caribbean Jacks at 721 Below Road as the Commercial Beautification Award winner for the month of December. The Commercial Beautification Award winner has been in business for the area for 23 years, and I have gone there for the last 12. It's a premier site for dining on the water. In 2022, the restaurant was voted Best Seafood Restaurant, and in 2023, they were voted Best Waterfront Dining. The restaurant has the best viewing for Space Coast launches and easily accessible to boaters. Types of trees, shrubs, plants used for beautification include crotons, palm trees, oleander, and dracaena trees. Mayor Henry?
You know, I was a moment ago mentioning some of the qualities that you have to be a great community. And great restaurants are certainly attractive to most of us. And Caribbean Jacks is just a staple. And so we appreciate your commitment, not only to commercial beautification, but just general excellence. And you're distinguished. So this certificate of achievement, may it be known that this certificate has been presented to Caribbean Jacks for distinguished achievement in commercial beautification, City of Daytona Beach, signed by myself, Mayor Derrick Henry, and Zone 2 Commissioner Ken Strickland.
Thanks.
Sorry to meet up. I'll be over.
Listen, the boat dock ramps are open. It's right on. 11:30 every day.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 7. This is citizen comments. During this time, citizens have the opportunity to address the City Commission on any item on the consent agenda. And I have one speaker, Marjorie Johnson.
John, come on, John.
Do you have one,
He
John?
said he has one. Doesn't matter.
Did John give y'all one? We don't have one from you.
No, just sign.
I gave it to a
sign
staff member to bring it up.
Sign a sheet. Just sign one after you.
I'll make another one.
Okay, thank you.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. Just two things. One is the $250,000 for Jackie Robinson Ballpark. I don't object to it per se. I'm asking you to go echo and everything else we can to keep that $30 million as small as possible from the city general fund. But Jim Chisholm hardly ever used echo. And so we have very few things that we can claim that we use that fund for. We are very generous from our taxes to echo, and we don't use it. We are very generous from our taxes for Volusia Forever, and we've never used it. We haven't gotten a dime out of it. So that $20 million is down the drain. So I'm asking to be cautious, because this is like the second or third time we've gotten a large amount of money for Jackie Robinson Ballpark. I would ask that we keep out, or look out for that few dollars that we spent at Collins Park. It was less than $100,000. We need as many things for the park as we possibly can. The tennis center needed some funding. All these things need funding, so let's not put all of our eggs in Jackie Robinson Ballpark in terms of echo, in terms of Racing and Rec. Let's make sure that all of our parks and all of our zone are adequately funded. And the second one is with regard to the rapid response. We have a vehicle for high water, which we did for flooding. There is, and I can't remember what the name of the vehicle is, but Chitwood bought it years ago for like $750,000 for our police department to send in when there's an emergency and some crazy guy with a bomb or whatever, and they have robots attached, and there are 7 gentlemen who are specifically assigned to that vehicle. Is this a third vehicle we're getting, a different kind of a vehicle, or is it a replacement for a vehicle that we already have? Anyway, thank you very much.
And John, Kim filled out a form for you. You don't have to fill one out. You don't have to fill one out.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Marjorie Johnson, and on deck is Frederick Brown.
I'm Marjorie Johnson, 122 South East Street. When I read my agenda tonight, 8B, I saw where the city had to pay a settlement of over $37,642.29 to Susan Chicago. My attorney friend is representing her on this lawsuit. She ran the red light. She works for the city. She's an employee here. And she destroyed the woman's 2019 BMW. So I think this is terrible that the city has had numerous lawsuits brought against this city. And on one occasion, I was called as a witness when Thomas Huger sued you people for discriminating against him, and you had to pay out a hefty sum of money. These lawsuits increased when you and Paula Reed took office, Mayor Henry. You wasn't even here. The city manager featured when all these lawsuits were brought against the city of Daytona Beach. And I think it's a disgrace. Thomas Huger called me in as an expert witness because I was president of the NAACP, and I'm aware of discrimination, and he had been discriminated when it was time for him to get that job. He should have gotten it, and he didn't. So he bought a big lawsuit, and then every time I was coming to the meeting, I was reading about another lawsuit brought against this city. So I would like to say to you all, you need to stop the lawsuits. It's increasing our insurance, and a lot of times you have been found to be in the wrong. There was a young man went to Red Lobster. They harassed him, and the city had to pay out a lot of money. So I would like to see these lawsuits decreased. And Thomas Huger, he never got over the treatment that he received from this city. He is still suffering. So service is the price you pay for the space you occupy. And try to eliminate these lawsuits because it's increasing our insurance, and it's a sad situation. I had a lawsuit when you put the signs on the chair. I could have went and bought a lawsuit with you, Arnold and Thompson. That was wrong. You should not put signs in a public building. I would like to say to you, you do not abuse our residents. This woman is still suffering real hard, who had this woman run into her in her automobile, and she ran the red light. So let's stop the lawsuit. Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker on the consent agenda is Frederick Brown.
Good evening. Merry Christmas to everyone here. I would be remiss if I did once again remind you that Daytona has an opportunity to be the Daytona of the future and not the Daytona of the past. Once again, there are several items that we have on there where we're buying gas vehicles and supporting gas vehicles. And I know that there are several manufacturers that are now making municipal vehicles such as street sweepers and emergency response vehicles that are electric, which is ideal for our community. It's also ideal for our ocean. Our ocean, of course, is one of the most important things to Daytona Beach. as we're supposed to be the world's most famous beach, which if we don't start doing something soon, we won't have a beach. So again, I remind you, several of the items that we have on there, the rapid response 8G, the street sweeper equipment on 8K, we need to start looking into this. And I just am not seeing that progress being made. Also, on the 8I, the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization, I would like to see a report from our representatives on what the current status is and what the city is doing. I agree that the city should be supporting what they're doing there, but I think the citizens of Daytona Beach, far too often, I've been down to the meetings, and oftentimes they're a lonely place to be. I know we have appointed representatives there. I would like to see updates on what's going on so that the citizens are aware of what's going on with the TPO. It's an excellent concept, but we don't seem to be getting the word out to the citizens. Also, on the utilities department, we have a replacement of the compressors and also the UV systems. And by the way, I personally am very familiar with Trojan Technology, the world's finest UV corporation. Unfortunately, they're over the border in Canada. But this type of equipment at the water treatment facilities is very expensive. And I have years of experience in this area, and I can just tell you that the answer to some of these bills that we're getting slapped with large sums of money can be planned better by using predictive maintenance. I would certainly like to hear a discussion on what the city of Daytona Beach, and if Ms. Ponce is here in the back, I would love to hear what her side of the story is on what we're doing on a predictive maintenance program so that we're not blindsided by these large purchase agreements, and we're not buying stuff we don't need and buying stuff we do need in a timely fashion. Because as we know, water and wastewater is an essential part of our community, and it must be provided all the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was my last speaker for the consent agenda.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Before we do that, Mayor,
Yes, I would like to dismiss myself from voting on 8B, which I have a personal relationship with the firm, and they contract my business out.
So based on that, if the commission takes a vote, the record should reflect that Commissioner Cantu did not vote on it.
And for the record, we're going to take 8I immediately following the vote on the consent.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so the record reflects such. Do I now have a motion? We have a motion from Commissioner May and a second from Commissioner Reed. Do we have any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those in opposition, same sign. Motion carries on the majority of it, 7-0 and 6-0 on the noted item.
So we're going to go back to item 8I, which is a resolution. A resolution requesting the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization, TPO, add certain developer-funded modifications and improvements to the I-4 connector and US 92 interchange to the TPO Long-Range Transportation Plan and providing an effective date.
So move. But I'm on the TPO, and I'd just like to put on the record that the I-4 and US 92 interchange, there will be no money distributed from the TPO or city, and it will not affect any of our projects. And this is going to be a developer's funded project unless they receive any grants from the state.
Okay. That's good to know. Okay, do we have any additional questions or comments? Okay.
Is there any member of the public that'd like to speak on this item that hasn't already?
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Going to move on to item 9A. It's Growth Management Planning Department University Transition Redevelopment Midtown. This is an ordinance on second reading public hearing. An ordinance amending the Land Development Code, Table 5.2.8 3 and Section 5.2.b to add retail sales and services uses and residential uses as permitted principal uses to the RDM4 Redevelopment Midtown University Transition Zoning District, subject to use-specific standards, revising the intensity and dimensional standards table from RDM4 Zoning District to add duplexes to the single-family residential column, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with, and providing an effective date. And it's requested to continue this item into the January 3rd, 2024 City Commission meeting that begins at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Reed. Take a second from Commissioner May. Do we have any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Moving on to item 9B, it's a Growth Management Planning Department, Echo Suites, Bevel Planned Development General. This is an ordinance on second reading, quasi-judicial hearing. An ordinance amending the zoning map of the Lands Amendment Code to rezone 2.98 plus or minus acres of property generally located west of the Andros Isles Boulevard, south of I-95 northbound Bevel Road off-ramp from PDG Plan Development General to PDG Plan Development General, approving the Echo Suites Plan District Agreement to allow for a visitor accommodation hotel use, subject to certain conditions, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
So move.
Second.
All right, we got a motion from Commissioner Cantu and a second from Commissioner Reed.
And I do have Jeff Anderson and Aaron Traeger on behalf of the applicant for any questions.
And I do have some questions.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Traeger. I'm business address 2210 Front Street in Melbourne, Florida. We're here, oh, go ahead, Jeff, sorry.
My name is Jeff Anderson. I'm with Mel Studio Architecture, business address 1542 Guava Ave, Melbourne, Florida.
We're here on behalf of the applicant and really just to answer any questions it seems like you might have for us tonight, so.
Yeah, we discussed this briefly on first reading, but not in depth. There's a road, Driftwood, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, that I've had a lot of problems in my area with residents being able to access the Kangaroo. And it's a private street owned by Andrew Isle, and it's lined up with cars constantly, 24 hours a day. So how is that going to be addressed? Because I like it to be addressed before this motel does come, which is a great project for that area for 95 and I-4. But I'm very concerned because if you drive down there, there is an opening, and that's why they park there, and then the opening to Andrew Isle Apartments.
Sure. Kelly Hyvonen was here for that first meeting, and I think that's probably who the original conversation was with. And we definitely took that to heart and had noticed it as well when we made various site visits. I think, part of what is being addressed in a positive direction with developing these parcels is that it's going to activate that area in general, right? Where there's going to be a couple driveways that are added to it that will, in effect, start using that area where those cars are parking a little bit organically and naturally. But beyond that, there's been some intense conversations and meetings and emails, phone calls about this specific item because of the concerns that were shared. There's, an existing POA with the Andrews Isles group. They have also a management company that handles various details, right? And this being one of those details. I did receive actually an email that I was copied on earlier today that itemized what their plan of action is through that property management company. Since it is, Driggs Hill is the private road there.
Correct.
It is kind of an internal enforcement consideration. And so even before we're moving forward, before anything, at the beginning of the year, they're planning on basically notifying everybody and reminding everybody that that's not a parking area. Because of the easement, it doesn't allow for parking in that area. They are also are going to include some educational information in some mailers that they'll provide an email to the different residents that are part of that community. But then in addition to, they are going to add some signage, and they are going to add some striping, and then they are going to add some enforcement where up to this point, I don't think it's necessarily been enforced. So they will be adding some enforcement with towing after there's proper notification and everybody, feels like it's that time.
The proper notification is going to come from Andrew Isle to their residents?
Through their property management company. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for
that. Yeah, no problem. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that you guys have. We're here and excited for.
Satisfactory for
I'm
that?
fine, thank you.
Oh, great, good.
All right, thank you. All right, no additional questions?
And I don't have any additional speakers for this item.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you're good.
Thank you so much.
We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. This motion carries 7-0.
Okay, moving on to item 9C. It's a Growth Management Planning Division Public Arts Program Code of Ordinances. This is an ordinance on second reading public hearing. An ordinance amending sections 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.6 of the City Code of Ordinances to modify definitions, standards, and procedures for the Public Arts Program, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second.
And I don't have any speakers on this
No
item, Mr.
speakers?
Mayor.
Okay. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Moving on to item 9D, it's a Growth Management Planning Department Property Maintenance Land Development Code Text Amendment. This is an ordinance on second reading public hearing. An ordinance amending section 6.19 of the Land Development Code to add maintenance standards for boarding up vacant structures and to add cross-references to other city ordinances and code provisions, subject to certain conditions, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Strickland and a second from Commissioner May.
And I have no speakers on this item, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do we have any questions or comments from the commission? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. This motion also carries 7-0.
Okay, moving on to item 9E, it's a Growth Management Planning Department Silver Beach Condo Hotel Plan Development, Redevelopment, Rezoning. This is an ordinance on second reading, quasi-judicial hearing. An ordinance amending the zoning map of the Land Development Code to rezone 2.66 plus or minus acres of property generally located in the southeast corner of Silver Beach Avenue and South Atlantic Avenue at 1201 South Atlantic Avenue from T1 Tourist Accommodations to PDRD, Planned Development and Redevelopment, approving the Silver Beach Condo Hotel Plan District Agreement to allow for development of a 25-story condo hotel with potential for a restaurant and bar/lounge uses, subject to certain conditions, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
All right. Yep, we do. We have a motion from Commissioner Reed. Who's the second?
Commissioner May.
Commissioner May. All right.
Mr. Mayor, before we get into the process for this hearing, I wanted to bring up a request that we'd received from Attorney Dennis Baer, who'd asked to intervene on behalf of his clients as an affected party. I wanted to briefly explain that to you.
Thank you.
And have you take action on that. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, which among other things means that the property owner and other people who the courts would determine to be an aggrieved party, they have due process rights. And those rights would include, if there are these affected parties, the right to equal time in front of you, the right to question each other's witnesses, the right to appear with an attorney. Prior to the hearing, Mr. Baer had written to our office requesting affected party status for Sons of the Beach. And in that letter, Mr. Baer represented that at least a couple of the members of that organization live within the area that our land development code requires people to have notice of the hearing for. So on that basis, I do recommend that we grant affected party status to Mr. Bear's client, which would allow him and his client to have equal time in this hearing. And I'll, of course, step in and guide the commission on how those rights would be vindicated. So my recommendation is that you, as a city commission, grant Mr. Bear and his client affected party status.
Okay, all right, well, Attorney Bear, would you want to add anything?
No, Mr. Mayor, just in case there were any questions that came up as far as the process, I have discussed with Mr. Gross as well as with Mr. Merrill, who's the attorney for the developer.
Mr. Merrill, do you object?
No objection, Mayor.
All right, members of the commission, do we have any questions? All right, I entertain a motion to accept
Yeah, and this would be a motion to accept them as an aggrieved party.
as an agreed party.
Second.
Second.
Take a motion from Commissioner Strickland. I'll take a second from Commissioner Reed. All right. We have a discussion on the time limits for applicants and affected parties.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you need to take a vote on that motion.
You're correct. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those in opposition, same sign. This motion carries 7-0. Now we will allow city attorney to discuss the time limits.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And as I mentioned a minute ago, part of our obligation in a quasi-judicial hearing is to give the applicant and any affected parties due process, which means a fair and impartial hearing, and in this case, the equal opportunity to address the commission. Normally, in our public hearings, we have a 3-minute time limit. In a quasi-judicial hearing such as this one, if the applicant cannot present their case and the evidence within that time frame, we would, of course, recommend that it be extended. Based on discussions I'd had with the attorney separately, my recommendation is that you would grant the applicant through Mr. Merrill and Mr. Bear's client each 20 minutes to make their main presentation, plus an additional 5 minutes to respond to the public comments that will come after their presentations, and up to 5 minutes for their closing. Now, they may not need all that time, but we need to give them equal time.
We have 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
A total of, that totals, I'm sorry, 30 minutes for the main presentation, plus an additional 5 for the response to comments and for closing.
Objection.
I had originally suggested 20, but I was informed that they will not be able to present their main case within that time.
Okay.
And I think you, again, should just ask Mr. Bear if he has any concerns about that. I know that fairly represents what Mr. Merrill asked for.
I don't have any objections to the process. I appreciate it, Mr. Gross, for arranging this, but I don't anticipate I'm going to take the full 20 minutes. I'm probably going to be more like 10 minutes, but I would like the opportunity for rebuttal of 5 minutes or a closing argument at the end, but 20 minutes should be more than adequate for us.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that. I'm actually fine with however much time we need, he can have the same time, so as long as I can get some rebuttal at the end.
Absolutely. Is there a consensus among commissioners that these time limits are acceptable?
Yes.
All right, we just need consensus? Okay. Thank you for the motion, though. All right, we will engage in the presentations. Question?
How many speakers do we have for this item, please?
Oh, that's, follows this presentation.
That follows those presentations, so a number. I haven't counted them.
All right. All right. Mr. Morris?
Mayor Commissioner, I'm Jim Morris, Deputy City Manager, here as the first speaker on behalf of the staff. We have a brief presentation for the commission. We will not consume 30 minutes, probably not more than 10 or so. There's a number of issues that have been raised. One of the issues that has been addressed is whether or not the property that's below the mean, above the seawall, below the seawall on the ocean is part of the property that should be considered as a part of the request. And you have a written opinion from the city attorney's office that it should be. You have a title opinion and title estimation from the applicant's attorney that it should be. I think the opponents have the position that only the property above the seawall should be considered. And I don't know if the commission has questions about that issue, but both the city attorney and I have researched it and we're prepared to answer your questions. So I will say that as I go through with the rest of it in terms of we're ready to make a presentation briefly in respect to the question. The opinion of the staff is that the property, including down to the mean high water line, should be used for calculation of the density. It's owned by the upland property owner. It's taxed that way in terms of it's part of the description and understood as far as how the property is described for the property appraiser's purposes. It is open to the public and used by the public for the beach. There's not a right to exclude. And the general law of Florida is that you consider down to the mean high water line. Daytona Beach has always considered property to the mean high water line in calculating density. The city of Daytona Beach Shores has the same process. So those are the things that really pertain to the material aspects of that part of the question. But I know it's going to be a long night in terms of all the things you got to hear, and I don't want to take more time up unless somebody has a question they would like for me to answer, or perhaps Mr. Gross, or perhaps a combination of the two of us in respect to that. So I'll leave that question with you now, and if you don't have questions, I'll move on with the rest. Mr. Morozic has a summary of the other issues pertaining to the matters.
Are there any additional questions? Okay. It's going to be a lot.
Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Morozic's going to take you through a lot of the numbers and parts of this thing that go along as you'll see here in consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dennis Morozic, Planning Director with the City of Daytona Beach. I do have a brief presentation for you. I'm going to take you through it once it comes up. So this project request is a request to rezone 2.66 acres of land from tourist accommodation, which is T1, to planned development redevelopment, which is also PDRD, to allow for a 260-foot tall, 25-story condo hotel building on the property. The property is located just south of Silver Beach, east of A1A. Currently, the property is undeveloped and vacant. The land use of the property is tourist accommodation. The current zoning of the property is the T1, and the applicant is requesting to rezone the property to PDRD as part of the application. Something we wanted to give you, as long as we were talking about properties and locations, this was a list that we came up with today. We wanted to take a look at all of the hotels that were developed between ISB and Daytona Beach Shores and when they were developed. We've got a pretty good number in there. Some of these hotels go back to the 1950s. We've got about 3 of them from the 1950s, from the 1 from the 1940s, 60s, 70s, as early as the 80s. We do have a couple hotels. So almost 40 years since the new hotel had occurred south of ISB down to Daytona Beach Shores. So as far as some of the proposed development details, the use is currently permitted in the T1 zoning district, and it also would be permitted in the PD. Accessory uses for the project include restaurants and or bars or lounges. Those will be open to the public. The room count is approximately 270 rooms. The parking will be valet-only parking in a structured environment. There will be some surface parking, but the bulk of the parking will occur within the building. Their parking counts do meet LDC requirements. The Land Development Code, as far as landscaping, they do meet all T1 standards for landscaping requirements. The maximum building height is being proposed at 260 feet for this building. And the maximum development, the proposed development meets all LDC dimensional standards except for the proposed side setback of 60 feet. The T1 district would have required to have a setback of 87.5 feet for the proposed building. The applicant is requesting a reduction to 60 feet, a difference of 27.5 feet on each side. So give you an idea of the location, and I'm gonna superimpose the development on here so you can kind of get a look. There's the property itself. And if you're wondering where the building is located, I've got that shaded in yellow. So that's the area where the building will be situated on the property. Give you an understanding of what the 60-foot setback looks like. and these are side setbacks. The front setback is 25 feet. That meets code requirements. The rear setback is based on the coastal construction line, and that wouldn't apply in this case. But the side setbacks of 60 feet are the ones that are in question with the building height. I also wanted to point out to you that I did say that the landscaping meets all code requirements. I wanted to show you what the landscaping greened up on the property. See, the property perimeters have a good amount of green developed around the site. So you've seen this several times. I wanted to provide the west elevation for the proposed building. Shows a pool over there on just on top of the parking garage. Also shows the rooftop a little bit. The east side of the property, this would be facing the beach, has a couple of pools at grade, and then some other amenities associated with it. So a couple of planning terms, because we were talking about building heights and setbacks, and sometimes it gets a little complex on how we go about measuring these. And I know the applicant's probably going to be talking about this a little bit more, but I just wanted to kind of break it down in a more simpler term. So when we talk about a building height, we measure the building heights in feet. We don't measure them in stories. They're always measured in feet, except for an exception, and I'm going to share later on. And this is measured from the finished grade of the building to the top of the roof. When we look at setbacks, a setback is a horizontal distance along a straight line from the property line to the building. So if you're standing at a property line, you just run your tape measure, and when you get to that building, that's the setback for that area. So the side setback requirement is 60 feet for that. So that's approximately 20 yards. The LDC sets the minimum baseline for the T1 zoning district by allowing a building as high as 55 feet to have a minimum setback of 15 feet. So 15 is the lowest you can go with a 55-foot tall building. So I want to kind of break down how we calculate if you're going to have a taller building. In the T1 zoning district, without accounting for an internal parking garage, which I'm going to talk about in just a second, this requires a side setback of 15 feet plus 6 inches for every foot of the proposed building over 55 feet above mean sea level. The higher the building, the greater the setback. So I've got a little chart over here just to kind of help. So if you have a building that's 55 feet, you're going to have to put in a 15-foot setback. 56 feet, you add that 6 inches, so it's a 15 feet, 6-inch setback. A 57-foot building would require a 16-foot setback. Broke it up to a 100-foot building. When you go down to calculation, a 100-foot building would require a 37 feet, 6-inch setback. A 200-foot building would require 87 feet, 6 inches. That's a number you should probably remember. And then a 260-foot tall building, which is what they're requesting, would require 117 feet, 6 inches. So why is it that they don't have to do a 117-foot, 6 inches? And this is where I was talking about the parking garage. The Land Development Code allows, if a property is developed with an internal parking garage, if it's incorporated in the above-ground parking garage, the top of the building may be increased by an additional story for each story of the internal parking garage without increasing the side setbacks. So it's like a bonus. If you're putting in that internal garage, you get that as a freebie to be able to increase the height. So in this case, with the 260-foot building that they're proposing, where the required setback is 17 feet or 117 feet 6 inches, with the internal parking garage, say it's 5 stories and 60 feet, you take that 60 feet off of the 260 feet, leaves you a 200-foot tall building for purposes of setbacks, which is the 87 feet 6 inches. That's what they should be having if they were to develop it to code. Now, what the applicant is requesting is to reduce that 87.5 feet to 60 feet. I want to give you another kind of an example. This is what the building would look like. So we've got a 260-foot tall building, same as theirs. We've got a 5-story parking garage on the bottom. We've taken that 5-story parking garage, added it to the height of the building So it's right up there on top, which brings it to the 260. We don't count that, though. We only count it up to the 200 feet. So with that 200 feet, they are required to have a setback that's 87.5 feet. Again, they are requesting a setback of 60 feet. So what does a 60-foot setback look like? That's what a 60-foot setback looks like. If you can take a look at that, if you look at where the side of the property is, where the beach approach, how close that gets to the building, you see all the activity that's happening between the building and that beach approach, that's a 60-foot setback. And you take a look on the other side of the building, you've got some parking areas, you've got the property line, that's a 60-foot setback. So that's what we talk about when we say a 60-foot setback. So I've got a slide over here. I think Jim wants to talk a little bit about the survey. Are you good? You're good with it already? Okay.
Dennis, before you go any forward, if they have a 60-foot setback, what can the height be? Right,
Well,
with that height, they're required to have 87.5 feet. So if they are requesting a 60-foot setback instead, what would the height have to be?
well, I would say it's probably somewhere between 100 and 200 feet. It's between the 37 feet and the 87 feet.
And is that including the extra floors for the parking?
With the parking garage? No, if they have a parking garage, it's bonus. You don't even count the building height with the parking garages. So they can add levels to the parking garage that don't count against that height. So if they put 6 levels in, it doesn't count against the height. 7 levels in doesn't count against the height. So this is where the question was, well, how tall could they go? It really depends on how the building is configured. How much parking garage do we have? How much setbacks do we have? So, okay. All right. So Jim already talked to you about the ownership and the mean high water line. Last thing I wanted to leave with you was a recommendation, and staff does recommend approval to rezone the 2.66 acres from the T1 to the PDRD to allow the development of the Silver Beach Condo Hotel at the southeast corner of Silver Beach and Atlantic Avenue. And that concludes staff's presentation. Any questions?
Mr. Mrozek, just for clarification for the record, the area of the property that's to the mean high water line, are they proposing to build in that area?
No, any area between the mean high water line and the seawall, they won't be building anything in that property line.
And that's only relevant then for this proceeding because of the comprehensive plan provision on floor area ratio?
Yeah, they do. They are entitled to use that property, even though they can't use it physically for their site. They are entitled to use the entitlements that would be associated with that land. So it gives them a greater area, and the greater area helps them with their floor area ratio and making sure they're in compliance with the land development code and with the comprehensive plan.
I had a question about the South Atlantic redevelopment plan. In it says objective 1.3 and policy 1.3.4, all new construction, exterior building, and site renovations within the redevelopment zoning districts and area shall meet redevelopment appearance standards and design guidelines. So has that been taken into consideration?
Well, we've had this reviewed by our redevelopment staff, and we didn't have any objections from them that it was not meeting this requirement. So we believe that it is meeting the redevelopment design standards.
Okay, because I was reading a couple of things in there and it doesn't match. So what happens in that situation?
If what? If it doesn't match?
Yeah.
If they're not meeting the redevelopment design standards?
Yes.
Well, I think that they'd have to go back then and take a look to make sure they were meeting those standards, but I think the question would be, are they? You know, if we've gone through our redevelopment review without an objection from staff, I'm not sure where the comment is coming that they're not meeting those standards.
Well, just by what I've read in the redevelopment area, so I was just curious, because it says it's supposed to maintain and develop vistas between buildings along Atlantic Avenue so that the Atlantic Ocean can be seen from Atlantic Avenue. So does this still hold true with this PD?
Would this hold true with still being able to see Atlantic Avenue? With the 60-foot setbacks, you would be able to see Atlantic Avenue. You know, as I mentioned before, just a straight zoning, the T1 can go a 55-story building with a 15-foot setback, which would dramatically reduce the ability to see the ocean. This is 4 times greater of a setback than that 15, and it increases greater view corridors to the ocean. I should also mention that one of the sides is right adjacent to an approach, a beach approach, which doesn't have anything blocking the view. So you've got the beach approach and the 60 feet for a view corridor for the beach, and then on the other side of the property, you do have your 60 feet for the view corridor.
Okay, because then another one of the objectives was mobility. So to facilitate the development of efficient traffic, parking, and transit system for the area that supports the future land uses. So does this still comply to this objective? Because the thing is, they have 250 guest rooms.
Right.
So with the traffic that's going to be there, and also deliveries, garbage pickup, et cetera, and there's only one entrance and exit for that
Well,
area.
And that's true. There is only one ingress egress for cars in that area. Now, there is opportunities for bikes and people walking through there that are not necessarily walking through the ingress egress for cars. So there are multiple opportunities to get in and out of the property. This particular property was designed with the ingress egress as far away from the beach approach as possible, and that makes it as safe as possible, because you want to try to keep those separate. But as far as reviewing for standards associated with traffic mobility, this property is located in what's known as a traffic concurrency exception area, or a TCEA, which says that they do not have to go through the traffic concurrency other projects would have to go through if they're not in the redevelopment area. So they don't necessarily have to meet all of the bells and whistles, including things like paying a prop share or widening a street. What they do have to look at is specifically things like, do you have a bus stop near you? Do you have bicycle parking near you? How are you accommodating people who are, running in, walking to and from the beach? Is it a safe access? Those are the things that we look at in these TCEAs. If we're not going to improve the roadway system, it's
But you're
improving
saying
a
that
multimodal type of a system.
you're saying they don't have to follow that.
No, they do have to follow that, and that's done when we go through the site plan process. That's when we take a look at how they're going to meet all of these requirements.
And then who pays for any traffic improvements?
They would, yes. If there's, if they have to put in a bus stop, they have to put the bus stop in. If those.
But if you said that they're not subject to prop share.
Not to the prop share for the road improvement, but for doing improvements to the multimodal, they would be responsible for encouraging and developing other forms of.
Right, but I want to know if we need a traffic pattern, because the thing is, it's at a beach access point, it's on a curve, it's across the street from a Sunoco. It's right behind a residential area, so all this traffic is very important. So I know it's going to affect the residents, because that's a highly residential area, except for that half a mile that's in that part of Zone 1.
Safe sidewalks, safe lights. The lighting is very important. That helps with the mobility. These are all things that we can take a look at, and we can look at other things too. We can look outside the box and say, how can we all make this work?
Oh, one more thing about the environmental impacts. According to staff, there wasn't any environmental impacts, but can you just explain to me again what you told me in our meeting about, since it's already zoned for a hotel?
It's zoned for a hotel. The hotel is a permitted use. They're not asking for anything more than that. In a hotel is what will be going on. There is a permitted use. The development all occurs on the upland. I know the applicant, and are probably going to present this. They're looking at doing some additional improvements to the dunes on the beach side.
But what I'm really trying to ask is that on the staff recommendation, you said, not you, but I guess staff said that there is no environmental impact.
We have no indication of any environmental impacts associated with this. Thank you. Good.
I have a question.
Sure.
Dennis, in your professional opinion as our director of planning, is this essential to our community?
I think for a number of reasons. You can start with the economic impact of a project like this. You know, I sit in projects all the time. I've got people coming in there talking about projects all the time. What they're looking for is, and one of the first things is this something the city may like? You know, is this something I can bring forward? What is the general thought of, before I even lay down my first dollar, is this something that would be would be of interest? A project like this that would get approved, it would encourage people who come in and say, yeah, you know, the city of Daytona Beach is serious about this. They're taking these applications in. It's a good project. I can bring my good project in, and I'm going to get a serious look at this good project that comes in here. Also, we take a look at the economic impact. On this particular corner, we haven't seen any activity over here on Silver Beach in a long time. Now, Silver Beach is connected right across. You go west down Silver Beach, you go over the beautiful bridge, you're right down there in Beach Street. A lot of the people who are staying over here at this hotel, they're going to be spending money. That's an easy path for them to get over there and start spending money over on Beach Street. Not to mention Main Street and ISB as well. So there's opportunities for that. And you know, I'm very excited because I believe that a development like this, anchored at the end of Silver Beach, creates a whole corridor. It's a destination corridor. So anybody coming down Orange Avenue over the bridge to Silver Beach, that's going to be a corridor that people are going to be taking back and forth. And when you have cars going back and forth, it'll do nothing but help the businesses that are on that corridor. So it goes through 3 redevelopment areas. It goes through the Main Street redevelopment area, the South Atlantic redevelopment area. It goes through the downtown redevelopment area, and it goes through the Midtown redevelopment area. And I think that's pretty important.
Okay. Any negatives to this project that you can think of?
For me, we don't have enough of them. I mean, we need more projects. I've been with the city for 15 years now. I've seen, as far as new projects developed on the beach side, we've seen the Proto Group Hotel, which is floundering right now. We'd love to see that get finished. We've got the Silver Hills multifamily, which is a little bit up the road there. We've got 2 restaurants, Longboard and the Seafood. Those were developed. After that, we've seen a couple of redevelopments, but no new development. And it's sad. And, you know, somebody mentioned Bray and Gillespie, and I don't know exactly what happened over there, but it just seemed like that just all stopped. This is an opportunity to start. And I think that's what we need if we want to see other activity happening in these areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Other than increase in the tax base, what do you see as the benefit for current residents?
For current residents?
Current residents.
Well, I think other than the tax base, well, me personally, I'm a current resident. What would it be good for me? I'd be going to the hotel. I'd be spending time there. I spend time in a lot of different places in Daytona Beach. I go to a lot of different hotels. I stay here, stay there. It's an opportunity to be able to go there. It's also an opportunity when I have people coming into town and I want to put them up at a nice hotel, I look for a nice hotel to put them up in. This is one of the finest hotels that will be in Daytona Beach. We've got a couple of good ones, but this is a very good hotel that we just don't see coming into Daytona Beach. And I think for the residents, that's important for them as well. You know, and it also cleans up a site. We have a vacant site where there's no activity going on right now. At the planning board meeting, there was discussion about homeless activity. Whenever you do activity out there and build buildings, it helps to reduce kind of the homeless and some of the crime that might be going around in that area as well. So that's a bonus also for the residents.
So we've had some activity that's been the suspect, let's say, around that A1A area, that little corridor there. So the property to the northwest corner, what could go into that property?
Well, a number of things could go. And we took a look at that. That was a T, I think it was T1 zoning, so the same type of zoning. So it's an accommodation, but it also has some retail commercial components to it. less impactful because it's not as big of a property, so, and it's a retail land use. So what we would like to see is something on that corner that could support some of these new developments that are coming in. You know, you have a little breakfast place, or you have a little shop, or you have something over there that can encourage, you know, people to walk over there and spend their money. And once you start getting people down there, that's what you're gonna see. People are gonna say, okay, well, I want my piece of the pie with everybody over here spending the money. How can we do this? And that's where the new development happens.
All right, thank you.
Good. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Commission, Rob Merrill for the record with Cobb Coal, 149 South Ridgewood, here with Eddie Avila. Before I start, I want to thank you guys in advance. I realize that you're going to have a little patience with us today. Normally, I try to be very expeditious in my presentations for you guys for the sake of time, but we got a lot of folks here, and I want to thank them for being here as well, who are interested in this project. So hopefully you guys will bear with us and let us give you a presentation, hear from others, and have the opportunity to respond to the comments that come from folks. We have a handful of folks on our team today who are here to answer questions. We also have a few that are actually be part of the presentation of the PowerPoint that's before you. Starting with Mr. Avila. Eddie Avila is the owner of the property, and he's going to give you a little bit about himself and sort of his vision for the project.
Good evening. Thank you so much. And again, it's been a long process. Most of you know that we've owned this property since 2005. Over the years, we have come, looked at it, said, what can we do now? We go back and say, nothing. We can't. We felt a couple of years ago, and that's when we started working with Rob, that it was time to bring our vision to reality. I have been doing development all my life. That's all I've done. Throughout the state of Florida, we did some work outside of the state, but mostly in Florida. We currently have, those are some of the projects we're involved with. The one on the bottom with the 3 towers, just to give you an idea of timing. We purchased that property 3 years ago. It was inside a master plan community with over 400 residents there. We were able to get a zone approved. Last week, we got the building permit. We're ready to go. This is a $500 million project in 3 towers. Again, I'm not saying that, I think it's time for us to move forward. We're ready to go. Things are changing. I think that the Fed sent out the message. Interest rates are not going to keep going up. Hopefully, we'll be able to move forward and the market will improve. I understand the people who live there. The only thing I want to say is we're here because we want to do a nice project. We could do a bigger project than we were proposing without asking anything. We can do a 60-foot setback and a 300-foot building. Most people don't understand that. You just heard from the planning director. I didn't write the code. That's what the code allows us to do. Do you want a 13-story parking garage looking at you when you go across the bridge? Or do you want something that is pleasant to look at and functional? Again, when somebody turns on their water tap, they want water to come out of it. When they call 911, they want a policeman or a fireman to be there. This thing will help make sure that the budget is there to provide those services. Again, I hope we can move forward. We're ready to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you.
And we've got a few others that are going to speak, including Joe Hopkins, our civil engineer, Sherry Gutierrez, our architect, and Jessica Gao, who's the brains in our operation at Cobb Coal. I'm going to give you a few slides to get things started. I think Dennis has already done a good job with this. And by the way, I've got to back up because I skipped a very important step here, which is to thank Jim and Dennis and Mr. Fiacher and the city staff who have spent the better part of a year working with us to get to this point. So we appreciate the input. The presentation tonight, I know you guys don't normally get a verbal presentation at City Commission, but you have an extensive written package, and I think you got a very good presentation tonight, so I appreciate their efforts in that regard. But Dennis gave you this slide, so I don't need to burden you with that. This next slide is our basic PUD plan. You guys understand PUD zoning in Daytona Beach. It's done frequently, so I don't need to explain that to you, but what I will say is This slide shows you a very different project than the one we started with. We went through the neighborhood meeting process, the redevelopment board meeting process, meeting through the staff, the TRT and their comments and input from everybody at City Hall, as well as the planning board. And we got a lot of input, and in large part from residents. So this process was extensive in terms of the interaction with the residents, which I know is important to you guys. And from that, we came up with a project that was basically 25% smaller. So it changed in a lot of ways, but the one thing I'll tell you is, and Joe Hopkins is going to give you a lot of detail about that, but it's a lot smaller. So the next slide, I thought it was important to show you guys, if you hadn't seen this, the county's plan for the redevelopment of the Silver Beach approach. There have been a lot of comments about beach access, about whether or not we intended to ask the county or you to be part of removing cars from the beach. We've said it on every occasion that we've had a public opportunity on the public record, and we will in the PD documents say we do not intend to do that. So some folks that are interested in that need to know that we are not intending to do that. You'll see a lot of things on this plan, I think, that are important and complementary to the project that's before you. Landscape improvements, improvements to the look of the concrete area, the pavers along there, the parking, the restrooms are being rebuilt, showers, observation areas, pedestrian access. A lot of things are happening on the beach approach that the county's going to be doing that I think will complement our project. So with that, Joe, I'm going to let you talk a little bit about the project itself. And there's your clicker to go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Joe Hopkins. I'm an engineer with the Performance Group at 100 Marina Point Drive here in Daytona. As Rob indicated, we got a lot of messages from the public, and one of the clear ones that we got was to reduce the intensity of this project and increase the setback. So we, from the original design, we didn't just slice a couple of pieces off and trim it up. We went back to the drawing board. We scrapped the entire initial design that we had prepared and came back and remolded this. And one of the unique things about this property is that the lot is a converging lot. On A1A, we've got 335 feet. By the time we get to the seawall, we lost 100 foot of lot width. It's down to 225. So these setbacks don't converge. The setback is 60 feet that we're providing all the way along the north line and all the way along the south line. The building itself is converging to coincide with the converging lot size. So one of the things we did, I said, was increase the setback. We were originally at 40 feet on the north and 20 feet on the south. We increased both setbacks to 60 feet. We nearly doubled our overall setback for the project. But some of the other changes that we did, we reduced the building level by we reduced the building by 3 levels. We reduced the overall height by 35 feet. We reduced the unit count by 30. We reduced the parking by 94 stalls. And all of these reductions, when you start to summarize them, it reduces the overall mass of the project. And what Rob said, we reduced it by 25%. It's actually 85,000 square feet reduction of all these measures that I just discussed, all these little reductions and trims and cuts and remolding. So it was a vast undertaking, but it resulted in a 25% reduction in overall building mass and an increase of double the setback that we originally proposed. Next slide. What I'd like to do is just walk you through the floor plates. Once we get off the ground level in the arrival accommodations, we have a parking deck that goes up for the next 5 stories. That's the first slide on your left. Then we get to the tower core itself, where the hotel units are located. And then at the top level, we have an amenity. It's about 4,000 square feet. So the parking podium is around 25,000 square feet. The tower core itself is about 15,000 square feet per floor. And then once we get on the rooftop, the amenity is about 4,200 square feet. We don't have a definitive scope yet on what that amenity is going to be, but we did include in our development agreement that we would not have outdoor amplified sound. So we expect it to be an amenity for the hotel guest itself, but we've taken precautions just to make sure we keep good neighborly conduct. I'd like to introduce the architect. She's a phenomenal person. Their firm is a 50-year plus firm, internationally renowned. It's a real treat to have architecture caliber of this nature, of offices all over the United States, China, Peru, everywhere. This is really world-class that we have here before us, and I'd like Sherry to come in and talk about her project.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mayor, Commission. My name is Sherry Gutierrez. I'm a principal with the architectural firm Architectonica. Office is located 2900 Oak Avenue in Coconut Grove, Florida. I have been with this firm for 27 of its 45 years. So yes, I started when I was 10, if those of you are doing math. We've been very fortunate to work, myself personally, up and down the state of Florida, from Homestead all the way up to Jacksonville, throughout the nation and throughout the world. We do have a specialty in all, and I said this before, sort of all projects where people want to sleep. So no hospitals and no prisons. So we do have a very, very good handle on the market as far as it comes to lodging, hotels, multifamily, and all sorts of things that involve multifamily, from apartments to high-end luxury condominiums. And being, geographically speaking, now we are in the state of Florida, we have done a lot of work up and down our coastline and know what that means. So I'm going to just back up for a minute and just walk you through a few things, and just to follow up on some points that Dennis and Joe had mentioned. So our entry point to the site is located as far south as possible. We are entitled to an entry point to access our project. We have provided internal queuing space within our property as to mitigate any backup onto South Atlantic Avenue. We've also been able to separate the public arrival point being on the north, where we're taking advantage of that 60-foot swath in addition to the width of Silver Beach. So in actuality, from our building face to the building across the street is well over 120 feet. It's fairly significant. And then on the southern end of the site, where we're accessing our parking garage ramp as well as our loading areas, that's where we have sort of our back of house functions, right? So we're able to separate them. So from a vehicular and internal standpoint, there's no conflict there. And from a pedestrian standpoint, you're able to arrive safely into the lobby without having to cross the path of the loading area. Just to give you an idea, Joe just walked through our three basic plates. We've got our parking plate, we have our typical lodging floor, and we have our rooftop amenity deck, which is probably going to be a consortium of, you know, a sunset lounge, a club room, you know, those sorts of things for the users of the building. One of the things that we looked at architecturally speaking is, you know, Daytona's been here for a long time. I'm native Floridian, born and raised in Hollywood, Florida. And a lot of the projects that are on the beachfront are very, what I'll call postmodern. They're grid buildings, they're very rigid. They were done and built at a much different time. So what we did and what we looked at in our approach to the project was, how can we take sort of that grid, modernize it, and combine it with probably the most significant geographical feature that you have, which is the ocean, right? And how can you make a more organic version of these postmodern buildings and do that in a way that's nice, aesthetically pleasing, also as inviting visitors to come look at it, as well as being sustainable for the future, right? So a few things that you can see in this image in front of you, obviously, are the width of the setback on the north side that Dennis had pointed out earlier. We also see sort of these balconies. So these balconies are doing several things. One is architecturally, they're creating a shape where it appears that the waves and the wind are moving what I'll call the water, the balconies, and creating this undulating pattern up and down the facade. So no longer to the left or the right or even the back, you can see this rigidity, these vertical pieces. We've now taken that into a more organic form. It's much softer and much more pleasing to the eye. But additionally, now with these balconies that are projecting out versus being inset in the buildings that you're seeing just in this view, and as well as driving up and down A1A, they create shade, which helps reduce the cooling loads on the building, which help reduce the energy consumption of the building overall. And they also work to help collect and divert water in a way that the water doesn't sheet down the face of a building. It makes it a much easier way to collect and contain in a more uniform manner. So we looked at those options. We also created a naturally ventilated parking garage. So the panels that you see here, again, with sort of those undulations, are flex form panels that allow all of the air to naturally pass through. So there's no mechanical ventilation required for the garage. So it's a much quieter and a much more passive system for the project. And then you see here from the other view, you know, again, this sort of combat between soft edges giving the building the feeling that it's being eroded by the waves as they come in versus some of the harder edges of the buildings that are existing. And you see the amenity deck where you have the view of, you know, sunrise and sunset, as well as a very large swath of landscaping up and down A1A. I don't know if there's any other comments at this time, but I'm going to turn this back to Jessica, and then I think I'll be back in a minute. What's this section? Let's see.
Good evening, happy holidays. Jessica Gow with Cobb Cole Law Firm, 149 South Ridgewood Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. We've planned this down to the minute, and I give myself the most, so I'll be brief. Dennis went over this in great detail. I'm coming up now to just explain kind of the setbacks. We've talked about 60, 87 and a half. What can you build with 60? And why is that so complicated to answer? And so Dennis did an overview of the land development code that I think was really great. And you can see this is a floor plate of our project here. So we've got 6 levels of parking that is at least 51% parking. 5 of them are fully dedicated to parking. And then the ground floor has a few mixed use things. So we take 5 levels off the top and we calculate our setback. Dennis went through all that, saved me 2 minutes in my speech. The tricky part of the code, where we'll complicate it a bit, is that we've dedicated the whole floor to parking. The code requirement is actually if you have 51% parking or vehicle maneuvering, then you get to reduce that floor from the top. And so what we did to say, what could you build with a 60-foot setback, is we had Joe put together a few examples of code compliant structures that have 51% parking and then wrapped units. So we've seen wrapped units in Daytona. The Framework Project has them. They're a little more, from an operational standpoint, they're a little clunkier. Again, we're showing 13 levels of parking here instead of the 5. So imagine going up all of those floors to park. But it is code compliant and it's permitted. So you see the 2 examples here. One is 286 feet, 26 feet taller than ours. The second is 325 feet tall. It is code compliant at a 60-foot setback. And so when you ask what can you build with a 60-foot setback, these are code compliant. We think having the parking all concentrated on the lower floors to get out of that mix and then straight into that kind of curved element that Sherry talks about much better than I do is more visually pleasing, and from a functional standpoint makes more sense. To make it even more complicated, this is a straight 51% parking to 49% wrapped units. You could shift it to 75% parking, bump some of the units up, that would change the height. And so there are just so many iterations of what this setback could yield for the site. And we just wanted to give a few examples to show that code compliant, we think that the PD process is meant to bring forward unique, aesthetically pleasing projects. And so while the code could provide something taller, we think that what we're proposing, although a modification, yields a better result. And with that, I think with this real quick. This came up in discussions with the residents. I think we had great public input here. And they said, what are you doing seaward of the seawall? So this site will include a full reconstruction of the seawall on the site as part of redevelopment. And we've committed to go through a dune restoration planting system seaward of that seawall. We'll have to go through a county permitting process for that. Maybe work with them on some of the sand placement grants that they've got going on right now. But we've committed to that, and you can kind of see this diagram to show how that would operate. In terms of environmental impacts, I know we were all worried about the storm. Some good news that came out of the county very recently is that we had a record year for sea turtle nesting and hatching on our beach even after the storm. So 57,000 turtle eggs were found on our beach this season, which is pretty crazy. So they are rebounding after those storms. And with that, I will shoot back over to Sherry, but I will be back.
Hi, back again, and I'm probably not going to be able to figure out how to play this, so if there's someone who can play, that would be great. So one of the things that had come up in our community meetings was shadows, and what are the shadows of the project, and we had showed some still graphics and were questioned on them. So what we've put together in the video that you're seeing in front of you is pick 4 months of the year, the 21st of each month, and from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. have simulated the shade and shadow that would occur with the trajectory of the sun. This is done with a computer program that you plug in the latitude and the longitude of the site, and you put in the massing of the building, as you've all seen it, represented 260 feet, 25 stories, and it generates the shadows, right? So we all understand that the shadow is not a still image, right? It's not something that sits, it moves minute by minute by minute by minute by minute. So looking at a still image was a little bit misleading. that it looks like, the shadow's going to kind of be there all day. So we wanted to prepare for you this simulation so that everyone understands the shadows at the different times of the year and the different times of the day, and how it does or doesn't affect, the areas obviously from our east to west, because the shadows clearly don't go south. So that is there for your reference as needed.
I'm back. I didn't want to explain shadows. Sherry does it better. So the next few topics are resident questions that came up that we just wanted to take a minute to go through very briefly with you. And the first one is the ownership review to the mean high water line. So I think you've all talked to your city attorney. Mr. Morris touched on this very briefly at the beginning. But this property is interesting. It was conveyed under one deed that referenced two plats. So one is the Marsh-Bostwick plat, which is map book 2, if that gives you a hint on how old it is. And then the second is the Bostwick plat, which was a replat of that original Marsh-Bostwick plat. So those legal descriptions are what are included in that deed and what we based our title opinion on that our firm issued. What's important here is that the Marsh-Bostwick plat in its engineering certificate says that this plat covers the area from the ocean to the river. Poetic, but also legally significant, so that it is covering that plat area from the ocean to the river. Now the second plat, the Bostwick plat, because he only owned a portion of it, Marsh-Bostwick plat had about 8 original owners. When he replatted his portion, he was replatting a portion of this original plat. And so that plot 4 is still his plot from where it went from the ocean, not quite over to the river for him, but the rest of the plat continued over. And so that establishes kind of where that plat boundary is. Both plats, and I think this has come up as a question, show a lot depth from the right-of-way, which would be kind of Atlantic Avenue, to the Atlantic Ocean. They have a general depth there that says this lot is 260 feet deep, something like that. The law clearly shows that where a plat boundary borders a body of water, even if it shows we call it a meander line, a distance call out, because that line of the mean high water line changes over time, the mean high water line controls over the depth shown on the plat. And so that's outlined in the Coastal Mapping Act of the Florida statutes, well recognized in case law that says even where a meander line is called out, it's the mean high water line that controls because it changes over time. So in Florida and overall in the United States, we have a great respect for riparian rights. You get the benefit of accretion, where more sand comes onto your site, your property grows. Avulsion is large storm events where the sand is swept out, your property can become smaller. And so you kind of have that risk and benefit built in when you own beside a body of water. For our site, a question did come up during review and resident discussion that we had large storms in Volusia County, all of us know that, and they think that that may have changed the mean high water line for our site. So under the Land Development Code, as long as your survey is dated within 2 years of the application, it's a valid survey, that's what city staff would use to process that application. This question arose though, our survey was originally dated October of 2022. Obviously we had the storm, so we went out and resurveyed in October of this year. And we said, based on the storms, if you were to measure the mean high water line at that time in October, did it change? Absolutely, it changed. We know we lost how many feet of beach. When you look at the calculation to the surveyed line for our site, the mean high water line shifted to the loss of our site of about 0.42 acres. If you were to look at that mean high water line, again, if you were to go out and measure that line today, it might be a little bigger. The beach will slowly come back, and it will change over time. With that 0.42 acres removed, we ran the calculation to say, with our buildable acreage left, do we still comply with the city's requirements for floor area ratio, that 3.0 that's set forth by the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan? And the answer was yes, right about 2.9. We have 0.1 floor area ratio left to work with the change. There was another question on the Bostwick plat that we just want to run over very quickly, and it is that the cover page of that plat says, this plat covers these lands except these 2 areas. And I've got them there. One of them is except that portion east of the monumented line 150 feet from the Atlantic Ocean. So that raised a question of, are they accepting some area between a lot boundary and the Atlantic Ocean? Thankfully, this surveyor actually labeled where those 2 exception areas were on the plat, and you can see them highlighted here. And those are where they're labeled because they didn't own that area. They were owned by one of the other original 8 in the Marsh-Bostwick plat. And the exception on the northern end is actually a part of our property, and that is the portion of the property that was conveyed under the old plat instead of this one. So that's the kind of link there. And I know this is all very in-depth. And the last question was on taxation. I think a question was raised on if they're not taxed from the seawall to the mean high water line, is that some indication of ownership? And so we reached out to the property appraiser. We confirmed, one, their GIS maps, like the city GIS maps, have a caveat that say these aren't accurate in terms of portraying ownership. But also that what they do is they create a general map, and for valuation, they use usable area of the site. And so because seaward of a seawall or the sand dune line, if there is no seawall, is sometimes subject to certain rights under the customary use doctrine, people walking along the beach, they don't count that in terms of valuation in order to assess your taxes. So that portion would never be included in the overall square footage or acreage that the property appraiser uses to establish value. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Rob for closing.
Thank goodness she talks fast. So, Mayor and Commission, thank you for indulging us. You know, especially that last part, you guys are drinking from a fire hose. Jessica's just got a lot of information. But to our credit, you know, a lot of these things were questions that came up either from you guys, from planning board members, redevelopment board members, or folks that we dealt with in the public. And so that's why we took the time to make the full presentation about a lot of these things that have a lot of detail to them. You know, the one thing I would hope that you take from all the things that Jessica just said, and great job, Jessica, is, you know, when you start asking about measurements and what we could do, you guys ask good questions. What can you do with a 60-foot side yard setback? A lot of things. You can build a 325-foot tall building or a 175. There are a lot of different ways you can stack it depending on how you configure the building. We think the building that you have in front of you is perfect for this site. We think with 60-foot setbacks, this works better than the other examples that she gave you. You know, Joe did a very good job of talking to you guys about the changes that we made, and also with some detail that if you have questions, please ask us. I would say that the result of what he showed you is very much a part of the collaborative process that you guys ask us to do when we have lots of people that are interested in the project. And we've done that through multiple meetings, lots of conversation, and we made a lot of changes. We completely redesigned this project as a result of, you know, being transparent and having open dialogue. That's what you guys want from us, so we've done that. Sherry, thank you. You know, these folks are very humble. Sherry is certainly, and Eddie. You know, these guys are very experienced. They're some of the best in business. To have these kind of people come to Daytona Beach, I'm personally thankful to have these type of folks show up, world-class architects. You know, you guys, if there's ever a chance Daytona's going to be on the front of Architectural Digest, this is it, okay? So hopefully you guys can appreciate that. And Eddie, you know, I think, you know, the idea that he's going to take a risk on this property with a $120 million plus project, you guys know what that means. You asked about economic or what other benefits. Certainly the economics are self-evident. You guys understand that it's going to be $3 or $4 million a year in local government taxation, but all of the ripple effects from that, all of the people that are going to be staying in this hotel and spending money in restaurants and retail operations, et cetera, goes without saying. The jobs that are created, et cetera. So I'm not going to get into that. I think some of the folks in the audience here may have something to say about that as well. But I wanted to finish with, I think, a good thought for you guys in terms of what else you get. I know that you guys have seen, I think I've shared with some of you, the results of a very thorough impact study that was done by the commissioned by the county by an independent contractor about the Ocean Center. I think we're all real proud of the Ocean Center. I think it's one of the real assets that we have here in Daytona Beach. The end of a whatever it was, a 200-page study that was done said, basically, we need more good hotel rooms. That's what we need for this Ocean Center to survive.
Within a half mile of the Ocean Center.
I'm
That's
sorry?
what the report said, within a half mile. This is a mile and a half.
So the question is, where else do we have them? This is one that's coming to you. You don't like it? Tell me about that, Monica. So I think it's a great hotel. I
just want to state the facts. That's
true. I think that although it said within a half mile, I think if you go more than a half mile, does it still have a similar effect? Absolutely, in my opinion. But that's for you guys to judge. You're the ones who get to get to have this difficult job. So did it in less than 39 minutes. So I do have a whole group of people to answer any questions for you guys. If you want to do that now, if you want to do it later, that's fine. And I'd like to have time to, as we talked about, respond to questions that come up from the audience.
If you have questions of these folks, I would assume that it's best to ask your question now.
So Rob, you mentioned earlier, I think Mr. Hopkins mentioned the amplified sound. What was that about? They're going to have a rooftop lounge. There's going to be some rooftop activity. Are they going to have amplified sound? I wasn't sure about that. Yes or no?
The answer is no. We agreed to restrict it in the PD. So the question came up when we showed the picture that had the roof being open. So it's not going to be a bar and lounge or anything of that nature. This is going to be the club will be on top of it for the hotel guests, and it'll be. We haven't finished the design of what it's going to look like. That's why we just want to put it out there for conversation. And when the question came up, well, is it going to create noise? Answer is no. We'll put that in the PD agreement. There won't be any amplified sound on the roof.
What is the club?
Don't know. So just going to be a place that can be occupied. That's all we have at this point. If you have ideas, we'll certainly take them. It's a PD. Yes, sir.
What's your answer to, other than the tax base, the benefit for the residents?
Ken, I hope it's intuitively obvious. I think that having new hotel rooms here, if my family comes here, where am I going to send them? I'll send them to Alexi's hotel. But there aren't a whole lot of others. There are some others that I would like. This one's going to be, of the quality that we have at the Daytona Grand or better. And so I think that's a great asset for our community, in my opinion. The restaurant is going to be open to the public. So you're going to have the opportunity to go have a new restaurant that's oceanfront. So, is it something that is going to be direct necessarily? Some of it's indirect. New jobs, the opportunity for new jobs. The tax benefits, you act as though it's not important. I hope that's not how you're feeling, because it is, absolutely is. So what it does is it has an effect on the burden that the citizens have as homeowners as compared to the commercial properties. We understand that there needs to be a balance there that works, and it needs to be more commercial, right? So it takes off the residential, my opinion only.
Because when the Hard Rock opened up, people booked the Hard Rock for events all year long. Shores Resort and Spa, yes, they.
So, Eddie, I'll let you, if you want to address that. I think we have some, but it's not intended to be a convention hotel.
About ballroom space to rent, anything like that, for weddings, etc.
I'll
Parties?
let Joe or Eddie address that. Or Sherry.
So the current plan doesn't contemplate very large meeting areas. One of the conversations about that rooftop space is that maybe it could be used as a flex space, but the intention right now is that it's used for the guests of the building. But there's no very large, no large ballrooms or meeting rooms. It's really intended more for, let's say, recreational.
I do have a question. Mr. Morris mentioned the high water line is the same as Daytona Beach Shores. Are you aware of any other communities?
I think all the coastal cities in Volusia County measure to the mean high water. If you own to the mean high water, it becomes part of your density or FAR calculations, I think. Jim might know more, but I think that's the way it is.
Commissioner, if I understood your question, you said Daytona does it and the Shores does it. That's true. You have to have your high water line determined at each property. That is dependent, but the methodology is the same in both cities.
Okay. Are you aware of any other communities?
Not offhand, but we didn't survey more. The general law in Florida is that you own to mean high water when you're fronting the ocean.
Okay, thank you.
Those aren't questions, I guess. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, team. Say something. Yes.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the commission. Again, my name is Dennis Bayer. I'm the other Dennis in the room. I guess you can refer to me as Dennis the Menace, but I'm here to give our perspective of the case. I'll give you a little bit of background. First, just in the case there's any type of appeal as to the client that I have tonight, Sons of the Beach, why they're concerned with the issues that you're hearing here tonight. As many of you are aware, the Sons of the Beach has been focused on beach access and beach development issues in Daytona Beach for a number of years. We've litigated issues concerning beach driving. We got involved litigating against the county concerning the banning of beach parking in front of the Hard Rock Hotel. As was mentioned by Mr. Gross, several of the members reside within the defined notice area under the Daytona Land Development Code, and many more members live in close proximity to the project. And as you will hear during their 3-minute comments later on in tonight's presentation, they will tell you how they feel that their quality of life will be adversely affected by this project as currently proposed. Just by way of introduction, I haven't been in front of the City Commission here in probably 10 years or so. I'm a land use attorney. My practice in Flagler County. I represent a lot of local governments, St. Johns County, Flagler County, developers, as well as environmental or citizens groups like we're hearing here tonight. So we have requested the intervener status to protect my client's property rights and also their overall public concern about beach development issues. And as we all know, as a result of some of the recent storms, our beaches aren't the same now that they were a few years ago before we had the significant erosion events that we've had over the last couple of years. But what I'd like to do is make it absolutely clear to you all, my client is not opposed to development on this site of a hotel project. What they are opposed to is the overall size of the building. They're concerned about this precedent that the area of the beach, which is not part of their plat, or as I will get into in a few minutes, their ownership by some language that we'll go over. They're also opposed because there's been no adequate basis to establish this variance to a 60-foot side yard setback. And they're also opposed that they're being able to calculate over 1/3 of their floor area ratio based upon beach property, sandy property that they can't develop and they're not taxed on. So I'd like to go over a couple of slides primarily to deal with the issue of the ownership and the plat. So this is the proposed hotel. This is taken from the legal description that's on the application. It says that the total lot area is 2.66 acres, but the legal description that's there is not the same amount of area as what they're showing as the total square footage. Their actual total square footage, and I'll get it in one of the future slides, that's shown by that legal description is more like 74,000 square feet. And this is what's showing again in their actual application, that the beach open space is 34.2% of what they're including as property that they own. This is what they're showing as the project site, although they showed a different slide tonight that was based upon the property appraiser's diagram that they have in the Volusia Property Appraiser's office. This is their deed. And this is the deed to 2 of the parcels. What's important to notice here is that there is absolutely no mention in the deed of what we call littoral rights. The right to own into, and I'll show you some deeds later that do, that own down to the mean high water line. And as was mentioned by Ms. Gow earlier, we're going to show you where in the plat it specifically accepts 150 feet of ownership as part of the original plat that was done on this property. So this is basically a summary of our legal position. The title that stems from the Bostwick Park plat is bound by the parameters in the plat. Along the Atlantic Ocean, there's a clearly platted easterly lot line that does not extend to the Atlantic Ocean. And then, as was mentioned before, if you read down where it's highlighted, it says except for that portion east of the monumented line, 150 feet from the Atlantic Ocean. Our position is that that's not limited to just 2 of the lots. That's limited to the majority of the property that they don't own, and they didn't plat 150 feet from the Atlantic Ocean. Why was that? We don't know. We weren't part of the plat or the plat review process. My guesstimate or my estimate would be it's because at that time, that was an area that was involved a lot of beach driving activities, racing, and things of that sort, that they wanted to preserve that for future generations so that nobody could claim ownership and bar the public from that portion of the property. So this again is what they're showing in their application. This is their survey. Again, this is the same legal, but this is what they're showing on the survey is actually the property lines that they have. Now, I've litigated these issues concerning ownership along beachfront properties. And typically, a person, as was mentioned earlier under the case law, they'll either have to show that their plat goes down to the mean high water line of the Atlantic Ocean, or they've got a judgment because they've undertaken what's called a declaratory judgment to have a court determine the rights of this property owner versus the rights of the public, the rights of the government, and anyone else that may have a claim to title or ownership. This is showing you a survey for another project where they don't have the solid black line going down to the mean high water line of the Atlantic Ocean because ownership of that area is typically not established. Again, like I said, unless there's a deed or a plat that indicates that the littoral rights were included. And then this is language that's used in many surveys here in Volusia County, where it says the area under the description and subject to the continuous public use and maintained by others, ownership is not determined by this survey. The potential area is of questionable title. And I'm assuming that if we saw the title policy, when you buy property, you get title insurance to say, yes, you own this property free and clear. Typically, it accepts any of the beachfront property from a guaranteed title of clear ownership. So that's why I was saying that typically there would be a judgment that would be required from a court of competent jurisdiction establishing whether or not they own that particular piece of land. And again, this is another example of a recorded plat that does have littoral rights that you show at the top where the red arrow is, that in that case, they platted all the way down to the mean high water line of the Atlantic Ocean, which they did not do in Bostwick Park. So our position, again, this is the original plat of Bostwick Park. Littoral rights are not included. And this is the language that I mentioned, excluding the land 150 feet from the Atlantic Ocean. And then this again shows from the Volusia County property appraiser site that the taxable property is 74,000 feet. As you heard from Ms. Gow, they say that they don't include the other sandy shoreline because you can't develop it. And you're able here to use it for floor area ratio, which we think just adds to the overall dimensions and the look of the property being overly built with this proposed project. So that's really our slides. My argument on legal title to the oceanfront property. But there is another significant issue, and I'm not trying to criticize your staff. I've known Mr. Morris for many years. I've known Mr. Merrill for many years. But legally, our position is that the city is required to have 2 public hearings before reviewing this project. The first hearing that you had in the beginning of December, there was no public input that was allowed at the time of that hearing. Case law is pretty clear in section 163.3225 that before you can enter into a development agreement with a developer such as this case, a local government shall conduct at least 2 public hearings. A hearing where you just read the title and the public is not allowed to comment does not qualify as a valid public hearing under Florida law. And I think it's particularly an issue here where we're 5 days before Christmas. We have folks that have emailed us say, we can't show up. We've got company coming in town. We're traveling. You've got some pretty significant issues. And if you don't just reject it outright tonight due to the size or lack of establishment of legal ownership, I really think that legally a second hearing would be appropriate so people that couldn't be here tonight would have an opportunity to address the commission with their concerns. I appreciate the time. I would like to reserve a little bit of time for to deal with the mean high water line issue if issues come back up. And I'd ask that my clients now be given their opportunity of 3 minutes as they've signed up for. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions?
Ben, I have a question about him saying that we have to have 2 public hearings. We're not in compliance with that?
With all due respect to Mr. Bear, I disagree. He's referring to a provision of the Florida Development Agreement Act, which establishes by statute a method to approve development agreements. It's not the sole method by which you do it. We use our home rule power, as many cities do, Port Orange, other local jurisdictions. We set up our development agreement approval process under our home rule power. It doesn't require 2 public hearings.
So we're not in
Requires one.
violation, correct?
That's our position.
Okay.
And we've always done it that way, and that's the first time I've ever heard that. Not saying that sometimes you don't do things in an errant manner, but I that's a legal, for me, that's just a way of trying to legal whip the process, and I personally don't necessarily like that objective. I would have preferred to have heard that before tonight.
And,
Yeah, and let me also
and
add,
it's done in other municipalities, the way we do it in Volusia County.
and let me add one other thing, that even under 163.3225, the Local Development Agreement Act, there's a requirement for 2 public hearings, one of which has to be with the local governing body. The other one can be with your land planning agency. We did have a public hearing with our land planning agency.
And your code doesn't address it one way or the other. You know, typically most codes, most ordinances for rezoning municipalities throughout Northeast Florida require 2 public hearings.
Our land development code, if I can, requires a public hearing for rezonings in front of our land planning agency, which we have.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
How does the size of this project impact your client?
Traffic, shading, shading on the beach, as well as shading on homes. And I think you'll hear from some that live within close proximity. And I think you've also heard that there's at least one email that the notice that went out to the condominium association went to the management company. It didn't go to the individual owners. And one woman I know at least raised an objection to that particular issue. But I think you'll hear from the individuals that
How does beach erosion, if it's impactful, affect this conversation tonight if, in fact, you say your clients don't oppose any development on the project? Either the erosion is such that we shouldn't have development, or I need to understand that.
The erosion, basically, it's going to continue to eat away at the land that they're using to calculate their square footage for development rights. And again, typically there's a legal determination on how that comes about, but the fact that there's erosion, we should be retreating from massive development right on the ocean and getting back across A1A, or doing things that are more resilient long-term to deal with sea level rise and to deal with the issue of erosion.
So are you suggesting then that the project should simply be smaller based on the erosion?
Fewer people, easier evacuation, the whole situation. So that's what they're doing in many jurisdictions, is they are retreating from the shoreline, putting the more open space and less dense development right along the ocean front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
I'm sorry, because he mentioned about the letters going to the condominium. Can you just discuss the Silver Beach Club, that it was sent to their office to be distributed?
yeah, our land development code provides for a notice area and requires notices to be sent to all property owners within that notice area, except with regard to condos and timeshares. The land development code very specifically requires that, or authorizes a notice to be sent to the association, the condo association. So the applicant is required to submit an affidavit that those notices have been sent. In this case, the condo association to the north, I think, was the one in question, and that affidavit does indicate that condo association was served. And does the commission want me to address the property ownership issue, or you're not obligated to make a separate decision on the property ownership issue? I will tell you that I've thoroughly researched the plats, and again, Mr. Bear's an excellent attorney, but I think he's just plain wrong on the significance of that monumentation line. If you read that plat in its entirety, that monumentation line is used to describe the 2 exception areas which Ms. Gao pointed out were contained in that plat. That monumentation line was not used to show any kind of intent not to dedicate east of that monumentation line. And in all other respects, I I agree with Ms. Gao's analysis and had agreed with that was my analysis before this hearing. So if you want to get into more detail, I could do that. But let me also say that the whole point of that exercise is to try to show that they exceed their floor area ratio limit as established in the comp plan. You're not obligated to give somebody their maximum floor area ratio. You don't need to decide that somebody lacks property in order to decide that if this is where you go, that the development's too big. That's a discretionary decision that you can make on the facts. And I would discourage you from relying on the property ownership decision in your decision, because if you were to decide that they don't own the property and you were challenged, I think that decision would be overturned in court.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have heard city staff presentation, applicant presentation, and witnesses if they had any affected party presentations. We will take a facilities break for about 15 minutes. We will convene at 8:30, and at that time, we will hear from the public concerning this very important matter. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. All right. At this time, we will reconvene our meeting. Madam Clerk.
We will now turn for persons who signed up to speak on this item for public comment. Our first speaker is Frank Molnar, and on deck is Gigi Galloway. Microphone. Thank you. Our first speaker is Frank Molnar, and on deck is Gigi Galloway.
Hey, Letitia, could you remind everybody when they're up there to pull the mics down? Some people are having a hard time remembering. Thanks.
Please pull the mic down when you're up so that you're speaking to the audience. The mic will...
Just one of them. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening. We're getting this show back on the road. My name is Frank Molnar, 2607 South Peninsula Drive, Daytona Beach. I would just like to start off by saying, on behalf of the 82,000 residents that all of you represent and the entire business community, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for all of your time, effort, and energy to make our community a better place, because I know it's not easy. I moved to Daytona Beach in 1977 to the beachside. I know that makes me sound pretty old, but I've spent over 30 years doing my best to help elevate our community. As we are all aware, there has been very little development on our beachside for the last 25 years, but after tonight it sounds like the last almost 50 years. Blight has become more prevalent in the area, and it has struggled, while other coastal communities around the state and throughout the country have flourished. 5 years ago, I stood before this commission and presented a report that was compiled by a group of residents and members of the business community. This group was the Beachside Redevelopment Committee, which I gave Mr. Fietcher a copy of this evening. After approximately a year of meetings, we put together a report with some great recommendations. Most of the recommendations take funding from the city. In order to meet the future needs of this community, we need commercial projects. The Silver Beach project will not only lift up a blighted section of our beachside community, it will produce over $3 million in local taxes and approximately $1 million going to the city of Daytona Beach. This project will generate over $50 million in economic impact to our local business community on an annual basis. In regards to the building height, I know it seems tall, but there are multiple similar projects throughout the state that are under construction currently that range from 50 to 100 stories tall. Out of respect of everybody's time tonight, we have already been here a long time, so everybody can get back to our families this holiday. I'm speaking on behalf of the 40 to 50 residents and members of the business community that are here tonight to support this project. Please raise your hand if you're here tonight to support the Silver Beach condominium project and would like to see our community grow and move forward in a positive direction. Thank you for your time this evening. I hope you will vote a yes to this beautiful project and to the future growth of our community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Gigi Galloway, and on deck is John
Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, again, you just heard, thank y'all for what y'all do. We do appreciate it. Our company represented, if y'all can go back to 2007 and 2009, we probably sold, representing the banks, more beachfront properties. Probably 92% of all the properties that went into bankruptcy, our company sold them. Fast forward 15 years later, 80% of those properties are still vacant, empty, nasty, naked, oceanfront properties at the world's most famous beach. I ask each of you why, during that same time period of 15 years, that over $1 billion has moved out to the interstate and created one of the largest economic booms anywhere in the state of Florida has ever seen. I travel the country to try to bring developers and investors into our community. And the first thing I do is when I drive on the beach side, they ask, what is wrong with the world's most famous beach? Like it or not, I understand the homeowners, the properties owners. I just traveled to try to bring an investor from 30A. I encourage all y'all to drive 30A from Destin to Panama City and see what has happened in the last 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, to the public, to the commissioners, I ask you, why is it not coming to the world's most famous beach? I understand the locals, some of the locals may or may not want business to come over there, but you heard it from your own planning development director today. Shocking. The last time a hotel had been built on this part of the beach was 40 years ago. The only thing that we've had since the Russian project are 2 hotels that were remodeled. So I ask you, when you drive that beach side next time, why is it we have billions of dollars being invested? Investors will come from all over the country out the interstate, but they do not want to invest into the world's most famous beach. I ask you, why is that? So I hope y'all will make a correct decision and try to, this is an economic development project, not just for Daytona Beach, but for 52 miles of beachfront. Thank y'all very much.
Our next speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Rich Yost.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Daytona Beach side. I live in front of 5 hotels that are taller than this one going in, all right? I don't bother, the shadows don't bother me at all. The traffic doesn't bother me. I live in the core, so I will get much more traffic than this will ever get traffic. You've heard the phrase deja vu all over again. Sandy hates this, but I've gone through this in the 1990s, 2000, 2010, 2020, when the residents object to them, all right? At one point, we were supposed to have a Sheraton north of Main Street. It was objected to. If that Sheraton went in, the Hilton would have gone in and doubled. If that had gone in, the Ocean Center would have doubled. If that had gone in, so it's one thing after the other. Then 10 years later, a guy from Boca comes up and he wants to build 3 condo hotels and the Swimming Hall of Fame. Well, our shop owners objected. $10 million that would have brought, we turned it down. So we've turned down probably $50 million a year in taxes in 6 projects that we as a community and as our previous commissions have voted down because residents oppose it. Now, we have somebody came into the meeting and she said, well, I don't want any seawalls. So all 5 miles of our beach, take away all the seawalls. Another one comes up, I don't like hotels on the beach. Take all 500 buildings on your oceanfront and tear them all down for parks. Which then, of course, you have to tear down 2,000 homes and businesses on the west side. Well, I have one of those 2,000 homes. I don't want it torn down. So I want you to do this project not only for me, but for all my residents and all the business owners that are on the west side of A1A. Secondly, what's not been brought up is just down the street from here, or this project, is the Max. The Max is a high end. If this goes in at high end, what do you think is going to happen in between those hotels? They will also go high end, because at my end, north of Main Street, there are 6 4-star hotels in the process. So if you get 4 stars at the north end, 4 or 5 at the south end, it's going to change, and the amount of money coming in from tourists is going to change drastically. I have seen 2 developers from Miami Beach came up this year, talked to one, she bought a hotel in the shores. Another guy at the very opposite of Silver Beach owns those 4 vacant lots and those 2 businesses on Peninsula. He's waiting to see what happens here to put a high-rise at that end. A lot is waiting on what you're going to say. Please say yes to this project for all of Daytona Beach.
Our next speaker is Rich Yost, and on deck is David Robinson.
How are you doing, Mr. Henry? Commission, nice to see you. So I've been at quite a few of these public meetings from the Beachside Redevelopment Board to now. And there's a noticeable trend that's presented itself. Those that are in favor of this project, they have valid reasons. You know, it's going to bring tax money, and great. But the residents that live next to this project have overwhelmingly, at every single meeting, voiced their opposition. So I had a few questions I think you guys need to ponder. One, the staff report says there's no environmental impact, yet they did no environmental impact study, it seems, unless I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound that way. The property appraisal line, we can't ignore the plat. And I know the city's attorney, you know, their position is that they're in agreement, that's fine. But one of the statements they made was where the plats abut the sea. This plat doesn't abut the sea. It's clearly measured 250 feet deep. It doesn't go past that. You can look it up. What is the economic impact if the beach continues to erode? Has that been studied at all? I doubt it. You know, and then there was a comment made that this is going to be the best opportunity for us to end up on Architectural Digest. Is that really what we want? Is that our target goal? Is that your goal as the city commission, is to lead us into Architectural Digest? Or are we here to develop a city that we can raise our families in, that we can raise our children and walk down A1A? You know, those of you that have lived in or visited large cities with large-scale developments like this, is the crime lessened or is it increased? Historically, I mean, small bedroom towns have less crime. So if you want to fix the blight that keeps getting mentioned, take that into consideration. Larger, more industrial-sized development isn't going to lead to less crime. And then lastly, I just want to say, you know, you guys serve a role here within government, within our democratic republic. Your role is to represent the will of the people, right? The will of the people that live next to this property overwhelmingly oppose it for good reason. Are you going to stand here tonight, and is your legacy going to be one that you side with developers, with real estate agents, with contractors, with investors that don't live here, that don't live next to this property? Or are you going to take a stand and do something that's bold and brave and represent the little guy? Where are you going to fall? That's all I have to say. Vote no.
Our next speaker is David Robinson, and on deck is Gus Colarusso.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is David Robinson, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the Daytona Regional Chamber of Commerce. I am here on behalf of the Board of Directors to express our support for the Silver Beach condo project. I want to highlight a few reasons why a project of this magnitude is important to our community and why the Chamber supports it. Of course, the beachside development is important for the future of our area's tax base and amenities. $100 million construction investment for the project, significantly adding to the tax base. It is important to note that the developer made a number of concessions based on community input, which signals a developer willing to work with the city on this project. We need to attract new amenities like this to our beachside for new impressions on the quality of businesses in the area. And of course, the investment is a great catalyst to attract other investors. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Gus Colarusso, and on deck is Emmett Robinson, or Ruslan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks a lot for being here with us today and taking time to listen to the citizens. I just wrote down a couple of things. I've been to, I'm sorry, Gus, Hartford Avenue, Daytona Beach, Gus Colarusso. So I've been to a bunch of these things, from the Beachside Redevelopment Board to every planning board, all the continuances every single time, and I've said the same things, and there's so much to say. So I'm just going to go down this list. Rich said this. I just would like for everybody to ask, I think we all need to ask what steps were taken to evaluate the environmental impact at this hotel. They say that there will be none. I want to know what steps they've taken to find that out, because anybody can say anything. So what studies have been done? How do we know that? And I just put in here for my own notes, only God can make a tree. We're about to put a beautiful building. I'm not saying anything that, architecturally, it's beautiful. It really is. I just think it's a horrible location for this particular project for a number of reasons. But we have a beautiful shoreline and beautiful vistas. Our beach is beautiful, and that's why people come here and not for the hotels. They stay in the hotels, but they don't come here for the hotels. They go to the Vegas for hotels. They go to Miami for hotels. They come to Daytona Beach for the beach. This covers it up. And 200 feet, by the way, is the limit. If they stayed within all the parameters for that lot, 200 feet is how tall that building could be. We did it at the planning board meeting, we did it at the neighborhood meeting. They all know, but they're just avoiding the answer to that question. 60 feet on top of 200 feet in the air creates a lot of shade and crosswinds that properties hundreds of feet away from its location will feel. It will quite literally change the weather patterns in the neighborhood nearby. I know because I lived in a place where there wasn't a tall building at the end of my street. They put a 13-story building at the end of my street, and it killed all the citrus trees in my neighbor's yard because of the shade. This was 20 years ago. I've watched it happen, so I can only imagine what this is. This project will be the first of many projects that developers are going to be bringing to Daytona Beach here in the coming future, and it's not the biggest. It's going to be bigger. They've already tried to propose one bigger on the other side, kind of bookending A1A. These are gigantic hotels and condos in small neighborhood areas where it's mostly residents in 2-1 beach bungalows. Some of us have spent our whole lives just trying to get on top so we could just stay here in our quiet little beach bungalow, and now we're going to have a Miami style, Fort Lauderdale style condominium at the end of our road, literally changing everything that we've built, the plants that we've planted, the lifestyle that we've become used to. And it's not for the citizens. Make no mistake, if you vote yes on this, you're going against the residents of the people who live in this neighborhood, the people who have made their lives here in Daytona Beach. You're going against them, and you're voting for people from out of town and out of state who mean to make money on the backs of the Daytona Beach citizens, and that's all I have time for.
Our next speaker is Emmett Rosden, and on deck is Holly Beckwith.
Emmett Rosden, 2124 South Peninsula Drive, Daytona Beach. I've been coming down here for 30 years as a tourist. I finally bought a house, and I own condos at the Catalina Beach Club, which is just a couple of houses up from where this building's going to be built. And I find that we've got to start looking at the height of buildings. We're losing sun on the beach. I don't know whether you all go to the beach 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You go up by the Hard Rock, there's no sun on the beach. And we've got to think about the height. And, you know, it's just blocking. In this building, when they showed the pictures, there's 2 pools on the front of the building. Well, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, those pools are going to be covered with shade. So they're losing their pools. And the other thing is the traffic flow. When they start building this building, the traffic back up on weekends to go down the ramp to get on the beach all the way down to the C-dip. What are they going to do? They're going to have these tractor trailers bringing stuff in and all this and that? You know, you got to look at the traffic. You might need to have them have officers controlling the traffic, because there's a little island there where you turn to go to the beach, and the traffic is trying to get down that side road there to make your right to go to the beach. That place is packed, and these people are going to be trying to be building buildings and you know, unloading. Even when it's finished, they'll be unloading, you know, furniture, food, and all this and that. So you got to watch out for the traffic is one thing. And the other thing, we got to start thinking about heights of buildings on the beach, because there's no sun after 1. And you people pay to go to the beach, and there's no sun. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Holly Beckwith, and on deck is Brian Moss.
They forgot their notes. So, my name is Holly Beckwith, 1223 Greenway Place. 200 feet from this thing, right? 200 feet from this thing. 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 200 feet from this Is there anybody in this room that wants a bar within 200 feet of their house? This is the Hilton, 24 hours a day, safety beeps from their valet parking garage. Not in my neighborhood. Thank you. I love the valets. So I put my education to work here, and I wanted to make this into a deck of cards, right? I believe I told one of you about my ace of spades. It's a paragraph about conflict. You indeed have a conflict here, and I believe it's the task at hand is to stand behind the people that live here. I just happen to be very sensitive about it because it is my backyard. It is most definitely within 200 feet of me. It is 160 feet. The sign, the yellow public notice sign is 160 feet from the garage door on the house behind me. That property behind me is also residential. That makes this particular proposal within 100 feet of a level 1 historic neighborhood. It's mostly single-family homes. Mr. Nicholson lives in a level 3, which is mostly multifamily. Big difference. What goes on at the Hilton is very different than what goes on at Silver Beach. One of you has asked if this is actually going to help our community at all, bring us together, be a place we can be. I don't believe so. I've seen lots of pictures. We've got so many big buildings, no corporate backing. We've got no name. It's not the Caribbean, it's not the peninsula, it's not the oceans. We've got nothing. He doesn't have a chef. He has no corporate backing. These are just blank buildings, huge buildings. And you want to put a 6-story parking garage within 150 feet of me, plus a bar. It's just unacceptable. And this was just something that fell out of my stuff. The area along the coast is for tourist accommodations. Much as maybe a condo would be nice, the oceanfront is for our guests. And if I have to share my view with anybody, it's going to be taxpayers from around this country and around the world. You have numerous quotes here, an entire deck of cards that says, in fact, there are height limits. It shouldn't be more than 80 units per acre. He has just over 2 acres. That's 100 units. This building is unacceptable. It's not good enough for us as a community, and it's not going to bring us together.
Our next speaker is Brian Moss, and on deck is Dee Dee Snyder.
My name's Brian Moss. I am at 1200 Ruger Place. I am approximately 400 feet away. I was on the board of directors there for 20 years. And we actually, our units look right into that property, Now, the other place is Catalina Beach Club. I'm presently on the board there, and I've been there for 16 years. And both places, I don't have a problem. It's the future. And the only thing that I think you need to look at is the seawalls for Catalina Beach, the sea dip, and the other vacant property there. We share all the same seawall. So when the vacant properties are there and they break, and the waves are coming over them, and the water goes back and washes everything else, guess what it does to our property? And we can't go after them, but that's just one thing we need to fix, those seawalls on the vacant properties. The other thing is maybe on the south side of the property, have a walkway for pedestrians so the people who live in that neighborhood could walk instead of walking around this property. Maybe looking into something like that. Other than that, I'm for it. I think it's the future. It looks like a beautiful building. That's all I got. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dee Dee Snyder, and on deck is Kevin, I believe it's Manley.
Good evening, Mayor and our fellow
Commissioners, thank you so much. My name is Dee Dee Snyder, and I live on Silver Beach and Peninsula Avenue. This is my backyard. This is my home. I've lived here for 4 years. I'm proud to say that I am a citizen of Daytona Beach. I love our city. There are many great things about our city, and I'm super excited for the future of our city. We are growing. I am a young mother with 2 daughters, and we enjoy walking over Orange Avenue and coming over to the library, now walking along Beach Street and seeing all the lights in the park. But when we walk across to our beach, we have to be careful and we must wear footwear, because unfortunately there are things that go over on that corner that are not the best. And by cleaning it up and adding new development that is absolutely beautiful, with people that are experts at building buildings, that are experts in studying and understanding how to build something correctly and right for the location. I am for this project, and I speak for many people who live in my building. We talk about the future. We talk about the things that would build our city, that would bring us together. This will not tear our city apart. We're a melting pot of people, many different cultures from different places coming together because we love our city and we are growing. So I ask you to say yes, because this vote tonight is historical. It will open the door to more people who want to come and live here, create businesses here, bring their families here, because we are Daytona Beach. We are the center of this beautiful area. Everyone comes over those bridges and lands in our city, and we should be proud of our city. I am excited to hear about this development because, as we all know, it will bring revenue, so much revenue that is needed for our city, for our police department, for education, for the local businesses that are here, people who need customers, from tattoo parlors to restaurants to gift shops, you name it. That money is coming here in a good way, not in a negative way. This developer is not looking to do something to cause disruption. He is looking to do something that will create harmony. And I am part of this community. That is my backyard. And I vote yes. And I ask you all to vote yes and open the door, because we are Daytona Beach and we deserve to move forward in a great way. And we can do it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Manley. And on deck is Pablo Puenuela. I believe so.
Hi, I'm Kevin Manley from 2 Tropical Lane, Daytona Beach. I moved down here 20 years ago. I lived in Chicago, downtown Chicago. I would have never thought to move to Daytona Beach. My wife grew up here. Daytona Beach, I actually had not a bad impression of it. I really had no impression other than NASCAR. But it would have been, if you said move to Florida, it would have been probably on number 50 of places I ever would have thought to move to. I probably would have never even visited. Now, I've been here for 20 years. I'm not going anywhere. I love it here now. 2004, my welcome to Florida was 3 hurricanes. And even before then, I'm thinking, okay, this is a pretty sleepy town compared to downtown Chicago, where I came from. And the only restaurant that I thought was really good was Martini's on Beach Street. And the whole, a lot of sleepy hotels. And I kind of heard about the nostalgia of the 60s, 50s, 70s of Daytona Beach. I'm like, it's not going to go back to that again. It'll never be that again. But I saw things like Ocean Walk. Like, okay, somebody's putting money into this, significant investment in the community. Then the hurricanes came through. A lot of the smaller hotels got wiped out. Gentlemen like Mr. Abel bought up some of the properties. And I was hopeful again, thinking, okay. And you started seeing developments happening and got really excited again. And then, of course, the crash happened and all those disappeared for the next 12 years. I even bought a couple properties on B Street in 2009. Still too early for recovery. Well, now we're 12 years later. And as a community, we're always competing. And we think we're competing for residents. We think we're competing for tourists. We think we're competing for businesses. We're competing for savvy, visionary investors like Mr. Abel. That is what we're competing for. Either communities grow or they die. And I see every community in Florida growing and thriving, and I haven't seen that here. And you see developments on, things are going to change. And that's, I think, some residents are unwilling to have things change, and I know they're always going to change. And I definitely approve of this project, and I think we need to set a message, send a message to other savvy investors that are willing to invest in this community to help it grow. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Pablo Penuela, and on deck is Kat Pente.
Hi, how are you? My name is Pablo Penuela. I'm the owner of 1299 South Daytona, Atlantic Avenue.
What city is that?
Daytona Beach. I actually own two properties south of the development. What I see today in Daytona, I see a sleepy city, and I think this property is going to bring a big facelift to the beach. And as a tourist and as an investor, I've been investing in other parts of the world, not only here in the United States, and I see how cities develop with tourism. Florida is a city of tourists. I think you have to take advantage of the beach. I also see that a lot of people since the pandemic, they have moved here to Florida, and you are getting a lot of people, the county is getting a lot of people that are working, are doing telework. So if you gathered all the infrastructure for these people, more people are going to come. Yeah, they are going to come, but they are also going to bring a lot of money for all the workers here and a lot of business to the city. So it's up to you if you want to do something nice of this city, that I think it's already getting a lot of things with the I forgot the name of with the university, with the all the hospitals, and with the racetrack. So consider on bringing more money to the city, and consider that we are here looking at what is happening to this development, and we are going to bring money from international investors. Okay.
You said 1211 South Atlantic?
1299.
1299.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kat Pente, and on deck is Janet Meredith.
Good evening, City Commissioners. My name is Catherine Pante, City of Daytona Beach, Beachside. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, our community is important to me. I have lived here since early childhood, 51 years. What has saddened me is watching our beautiful beach become hidden and destroyed by high-rise buildings, many of them left unfinished eyesores. We have a breathtaking asset, but we are losing it to greed. This developer nor his attorney care nothing about our community, nor will they ever care about it like us residents. If we don't start now with changing this current development path on our compromised coastline, we will lose it forever. Ian and Nichole could not have made nature's message any more clear. Coastal development and seawalls are the cause of coastal erosion. The state has given Volusia County over $80 million for beach renourishment. Dumping sand on the beach is no real solution. If the cities would collaborate with the county, they could purchase all the vacant land on the east side of A1A. City and county employees, with the help of citizen volunteers like myself, could then begin to plant living shorelines. Using the tools of nature, natural seascapes such as sea oats, palmetto scrubs, sea grapes, dune morning glories. This is a long-term, real solution to beach renourishment and restoring our beautiful coastline to its natural state. The above will truly make our area more desirable, not only to those of us who live here, but those visitors as well. I'm opposed to all condo and large-scale hotel development east of A1A. The Copacabana was a much smaller hotel, 2 stories, that used to exist on that property. and that is all a developer should be allowed to build. A better fit for our beachside community is smaller Art Deco type motels and quaint bed and breakfasts. I'm giving you real solutions and more positive direction that will give our town a more comfortable feel and some class. These solutions will not shade our beach, allowing visitors and residents to enjoy the beach for what they came for, sunshine. By shading our beach with skyscrapers, our natural vegetation by not shading our beach with skyscrapers, our natural vegetation has the sunshine it needs to grow. Mayor and City Commissioners, I'm asking all of you to vote a hard no on this project. I'm also asking for a moratorium on all construction for new buildings east of A1A and a height limit of 2 stories. I am willing to meet any of you at any time to make our community a better, safer, and more beautiful place for all to thrive and enjoy. I want you to hear what it sounds like with construction. This is from a seawall being built right out in front of my home. From inside my home. The residents are going to be hearing this for several years while it takes to build this. I also want to give a more accurate picture of the condominium shading. This is what it's going to look like on our beach. This is how Miami Beach looks. I'm not done yet, hang on. Okay, so our city attorney, he stated he has a position, but a position is not a court ruling. That's an opinion. And we also, as far as fire.
Your time has expired, ma'am.
Can I keep going with the line? Can I speak for the rest of our attorney then?
Nope. We have a number of speakers.
Can I finish my thought? Okay, it's a thought. Public safety, we do not have a fire truck that can reach that tall or even half of that tall to address fire safety on the beach side. Thank you, Mayor.
Our next speaker is Janet Meredith, and on deck is Jason Rudy, and I can't make out the last name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Janet Meredith, and my address is Big Tree Road, and I'm a native. I was actually born here at Halifax Hospital. So I'm going to try to read this as fast as I can. I've sent all of you emails, but I'm just going to say it again. I am 100% opposed to any building on the east side of A1A. I am in favor of living shorelines and preserving our coastline. Mother Nature will always win, and that was very, very evident during Hurricane Ian and Nichole. We have had substantial erosion, as you can see in the attached report from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, dated July 2023. I have another copy for the board members if you'd like. You can scroll through to find Volusia County. I actually have a copy for you of Volusia County. Building on this aforementioned piece of land is not safe. It's just not safe. You will note that the area of the proposed project is included in the map of critically eroded beaches. I would imagine it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the owner to obtain insurance for the structure, and if so, when a claim is filed, it's doubtful that an insurance company would pay. Insurance companies are notorious for denying claims and will use any means at their disposal. If I can obtain this report, they can too. Seawalls are not the answer. Seawalls are the problem. I sent all of you another email on an article about seawalls. There is so much data about seawalls, you can read your email or not, but I sent it. While neighbors believe their homes are being protected by seawalls, those very seawalls are putting your beach at risk. Not only do seawalls cause beach loss directly in front of the seawall, but these structures cause increased erosion in adjacent areas of the beach that do not have seawalls. The phenomena is called flanking erosion and takes place at both ends of the seawall. So my thing is safety, and I just wanted to read, this is from NOAA. This is from Saturday, December 16th, 2023. That's just a few days ago. We had a high surf advisory in this area for the little storm that we had. So the impacts is the only piece that I'm going to read. It says critical infrastructure can be inundated. Additional shoreline erosion will occur. It does not say it can occur, it will occur. This just happened. It's dangerous for swimming and surfing and blah, 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 blah because of the beach erosion. So please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Our next speaker, is it Jason Rudy? Is there a Jason Rudy? Okay. And on deck is Amy Pyle.
Jason Rudy Shaladen, 23 Dolphin Avenue. I am in Ormond, but I do have a small business, and I do business throughout Volusia County. I appreciate everyone's time here, everyone for coming here today. And I am for the project. I believe it'd be good for business, not necessarily my business, but for business as a whole throughout the community. I think that would be good for everyone. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Amy Powell, and on deck is Carl Vila.
I was going to be on deck ready, and he went so fast. Hi, Amy Pyle, 136 South Grandview. The Beachside Redevelopment Board, which I sit on, initially voted to approve this with one dissenting vote, me. But after hearing the planning board discussion and at the next meeting that we had, we voted to rescind that decision unanimously. And I know that doesn't have any legal effect on anything, but all of the board members decided based on, we wanted to see an environmental study of the impacts on the area and the neighborhood, not just the beach and the seawall, but how the wind and everything and the shade would affect areas around. We asked for that. I don't think that was done. And also the size versus what is around it. Projects like these are always presented as game changers, but we can only truly change the game by being more thoughtful and about taking care of what we have and ensuring that new development only enhances what we have. The tax revenue promised from improving the property will only be realized if and when this building is completed. We don't see a dime of it until it's all done. It's a gamble, and we only have a promise, trust me, and if the owner chooses to sell after the PD is granted, we have enriched him and him alone. Do you remember, it seems to me that Hard Rock at Lenox Avenue, the property that, that never got built, they tried to pre-sell condos, and I think they couldn't pre-sell enough of them to make an impact, and they kind of gave up on it. But I don't know if all of these realtor people and people that say it's such a great building, have they offered to buy one of these yet? And who's gonna, how do we know they're gonna sell? In any case, the residents of Daytona Beach will not be receiving $100 million. So I wish that number wasn't thrown around as much as it is. I've expressed that this building is too tall for this location. It provides no transition from the surrounding neighborhood and adjacent buildings. We've seen no image of the building from street level, looking up. I haven't seen a picture of that. It's all looking down on the building. Nobody has stood across from A1A and done a rendering of what it will look like. And I think that would be a very interesting picture, and you can close your eyes and imagine it. And the LDC does require that there's a sensible transition between buildings from side to side. So there has to be something between naked and nasty properties and Miami Beach. So I'm asking that we look to something sort of, maybe something a little more reasonable, something that suits Daytona Beach. And I would ask that you deny this PD, ask them to come back with something more appropriate for our neighborhood and our cool, cool city.
And before our next speaker comes up, I'm going to remind everyone to please silence their cell phones. That includes notifications as well as ringing. Thank you. So our next speaker is Carl Vila, and on deck is Lucinda. Is it Guadio? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Carl Veely. I live at 165 Windward Circle, Ormond Beach, Florida. Some of my first recollections were probably before most of y'all were born. In the 1950s, I lived at 315 Braddock Avenue, which is just south of ISB. Grew up on the beach. Actually, we used to go to the beach at a place called the Ocean Dunes Club. It was a small club. It's all gone, but things change. And you know what? It's actually a lot better. Everything gets old. I'm in favor of this project. I think that the change is going to be good. The commissioner over here asked what was the advantage to the neighborhood. I've been an appraiser for 45 years. I used to do valuation services for the city of Daytona Beach, and I can tell you that neighborhoods have life cycles. When they're young, they go up, the values go up. When they start getting old, they go down, values go down. You need a rebirth of the neighborhood. I think this is going to be a point where this will help this whole neighborhood rebirth. And I think that's one of the advantages. People may not want to understand that. Change is difficult. I'm involved in some other projects, and I know the people there are afraid of what's going to happen. But I think you're going to find out that this will be the beginning of a change and a rebirth of this neighborhood, which will be a positive for all of those neighbors. Thank you. Vote for it.
Our next speaker is Lucinda Guadio, and on deck is Steve Sather.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed commissioners. My name is Lucinda Gaudio. I'm a homeowner in Wilbur by the Sea, and I work at 103 South Ocean Avenue. I travel from Wilbur by the Sea to South Ocean Avenue every day. I pass this project every day. I'm anxious, I'm excited, but I can also understand both sides of the story. I live in a small area, Wilbur by the Sea. How would I feel with a big hotel coming up in front of my home? And I've been here a few times at the commission, so I just want to say to all of you that are here, all of you residents that are here, I can understand your side, but I want to tell you about another side of it. I'm a hotelier. I've been in the hotel industry now 40 years. I know I don't look it, but and I'm also from two of your favorite cities, New York City and Miami, via Puerto Rico. But I want to tell you that the last few years, I'm tired of sending employees out of Daytona to find better jobs. I'm tired of sending groups like National Cheerleading and other groups that bring a wonderful amount of money to this city to other cities. We shouldn't be giving Orlando or Jacksonville or Palm Bay our business. All of that business deserves to stay here. We, hoteliers, sales managers, CVB members, the Ocean Center sales reps, all of us together have worked very hard over the last 15 to 20 years to build the reputation stronger in Daytona Beach. This project, this Silver Beach project, can offer jobs, internships. I work very closely with Bethune-Cookman Hospitality School, internships that young people want to pursue a career in hospitality. I just feel that we need to give this a chance. I don't think it will destroy the feel of Daytona. Keep in mind, Daytona is diverse, and the Daytona that's coming of the new age is a very exciting and new Daytona, and I think there'll be a little something for all of us here if we just open our hearts, open our eyes, and take a look at the possibilities for the future. And that's what I see in the Silver Beach project, and I thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Sather, and on deck is Robert Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Steve Sather. My private residence is in New Smyrna Beach, but I've been a Daytona Beach businessman since 1992. Currently, my offices are on East ISB, another area of the city, a gateway, which has been in sorely need of redevelopment. A lot of that has to do with attracting investors to the city, and you have to make them welcome in order to do that. I had a lot of things I was going to say that have already been covered here tonight. I'm going to break completely away from that and go to a much broader stroke. I was told many years ago the first responsibility of any elected official is budget. We look at tax is a rate times a value. In the case of ad valorem, which makes up a substantial part of your budget, it's the value of the land, the value of building, and the value of use. The cost of running any community never, ever goes down. If we don't constantly raise the rate or the value of the community, we're going to have to raise the rate of taxes. Now, there's a lot of people in this city that have homesteaded properties. At my own home earlier this evening, a discussion erupted with my older children on how they were going to be able to afford to keep the home that they grew up in when their mother and I pass on, because we're homesteaded. Taxes are reasonable. But for the next generation coming along, or the next generation that you want to see buy into the community, okay, you're going to have to manage that rate. And the only way you're going to be able to do it, the growth comes in various forms. It comes in how many building, how much tall, or this, that, and the other. But the most important growth that you can always address is the growth of value. That is the one that, in the broad stroke, affects every family in this community. It affects renters, okay, because of the fact that if the taxes are high, the rent is higher. We're already facing, for many families, a crisis with your homeowner's insurance. We don't want to exacerbate that by seeing the taxes go up as well. So if we want to let our children and grandchildren inherit our homes and be able to keep them, we better make sure and manage our budget. And the best way to manage our budget is the growth of value. This is a significant growth of value, but it's also a catalyst for other growth of value. Growth of value comes every time a home is sold and the taxes are reset. Growth of value comes every time you fill in an empty lot, every time you repurpose an older building. So when you're thinking about voting for this, you're not just voting for this project. It's not just about the people who live near it, and they are important, but we are really looking at an issue that affects everyone rank and file through the community. And this growth of value is something that we must preserve. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Robert Campbell, and on deck is Paul Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mayor Henry, and thank you, City Commission. On behalf of the Root Company, we're here representing, wanted to talk about this project. I live at 127 Marvin Road, Ormond Beach, and the Root Company, we have properties in Daytona Beach. So, first of all, I want to thank you guys for all your time and effort that you're putting into this and to serve our community. And on behalf of the citizens, it's a massive investment of your time. So, and for us to, we know there's some problems beachside. They've been there for a long time. There's been numerous articles in the paper about the lack of development. You've heard all that. So, quality projects are an important piece of any acts to improve our city. So if we take this, then that's a step forward. And as far as the benefits to community, I know when I lived on North Wild Olive, it was nice walking up to the Ocean Walk and going to the restaurants there. So this will have job opportunities, and it will have a restaurant where people can walk to a restaurant up the street and enjoy that. That's a great part of living beachside. So, yeah, just wanted to say thank you for your service, and on behalf of myself and the Root Company, we'd like to hope that you consider this as a positive step forward for our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Zimmerman, and on deck is Ray Barshaw.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff. Paul Zimmerman, 356 Woodland Avenue. I'm opposed to this project. We'll get that on the table quickly. But you know what? I've been listening to just this pie in the sky predictions of what's going to happen to Daytona. This building's built. Our taxes are going to go down. It's just going to be, a song that we've heard too many times. For us residents that live on the beach side, it's laughable to listen to this repeated chorus that if we build this giant monstrosity, somehow or another, our lives are going to be improved. If you look at the Ocean Center, it's 20 years old or older now. And you look at the surrounding property around that area, it's some of the most blighted and undervalued property on the east coast of Florida. So I'm asking you, how does that benefit the people that live here? First off, I don't believe the developer owns the land he says he owns. I think he expanded the boundaries of his property because his building is too big for the lot that is too small. The building is grossly out of scale for the surrounding properties. On either side of the building, there's 6-story buildings. We're putting a 25-story building there. Ms. Pyle mentioned, where's the transition to that in your LDC? The whole environmental issue has been addressed pretty heavily, you know, and I'm going to start asking these seawall developers if they intend to put diving boards on their seawalls, because, folks, I've been here all my life, 74 years. Okay, I'm a daily beach user. All right, the beach is going away, and we can live in the past. We can stick our heads in the sand and ignore it, or we can start taking proactive measures to do something about it, to mitigate erosion. And building seawalls is not mitigating erosion. Building along the coastline is going to exacerbate our erosion problem. You know, it's a beautiful building. It's a gorgeous building, you know, and it just doesn't belong here in Daytona Beach, and it certainly doesn't belong on our oceanfront where it'll shade the beach and our neighborhoods. I'm going to ask you to vote no for this, and tell the guy to come back with a smaller building. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Barshaw, and on deck is Jim Cameron. Is there a Ray? Okay. Okay. Our next speaker is Jim Cameron, and on deck is Frederick Brown.
Mayor, I waive Jim Cameron, I waive my time and support.
Okay. Our next speaker is Frederick Brown, and on deck is Ann Ruby. Where did Mr. Brown go? Okay, our next speaker is Ann Ruby.
As you know, these seats aren't the best for the cheap seats. Freddie Brown, 1508 Crescent Ridge. I do live in one of those historic neighborhoods. I'll be able to watch this being constructed from my front yard. Not quite as close as Ruth Traeger, our former commissioner. She'll get to see it real close. So this is very important to me. I have a lot of friends on both sides of this issue. And I'm basically in favor of this project with one caveat. And I've been speaking about this for nearly 2 years now. And because I'm only a citizen, I'm not important like Cobb Cole or some of these others that can do presentations, and I'd love to do one to show you the dunes at Katrovik in Holland. This, to me, is the answer to make this a win-win. Now, Ms. Gutierrez is from a quality architect firm. My daughter's an architect, and she gave me the thumbs up on them, so that right there is a plus. My wife's family uses them down in Miami, and so their project's there. They're a quality firm. So for us to have a quality firm here is a real plus. I've heard the business people say, yeah, this is an opportunity. It is an opportunity. But we got to turn it into a win-win. I, too, love the beach, the sea oats, the natural way it's going to look. And there is an answer for all this, and that's the project that they did in Holland. And unfortunately, with the exception of, I think, one, maybe two commissioners, I have never gotten any of you to watch any of these videos, and that's sad. If you would let me do a presentation and play those, just 2 of those videos, you would understand what I'm talking about. I love the building. And I talked to Ms. Gutierrez about it. I hate the garage. It's like you're stacking it up on a gray block. It takes away from the whole project. So the win-win to me, it lowers the building. The parking is done essentially in bunkers in front of the building, which protect the building. We talked about insurance. We talked about all these other issues. Yeah, those are problems. And I'll tell you, quite frankly, the Sons of the Beach and the other people, there's a lot of friends in my neighborhood who belong there. We don't have much beach left. It's almost gone. So the answer is we need to put it back. We need to become the world's most famous beach again. We need to get rid of the blight. And this project, and I've talked to Mr. Avila about it, he seems excited about some of these possibilities too. And if I can get him on board, I'm 100% behind it. Because this dune project, worldwide award-winning project in Holland, restored the beach, protected the buildings, and gave it that natural look that will last for an eternity. And if the city would wake up and start looking at this stuff and start getting more active about it instead of just rubber stamp projecting these things, we'd have a beautiful beach. We'd answer both sides. It would be a win-win. So I'm in favor of this project, but I need to see the city put the dunes in front of it. I've talked to the county about it, and they're on board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Ruby, and on deck is Sandy Murphy.
Ann Ruby, 137 Park Avenue. Tonight, you have the opportunity to make a decision on a strategic development. That means you got to consider the long-term aims, the overall goals, how we're going to achieve them. What it doesn't mean is snapping at every little project that comes along that's gonna be a game changer. I want to correct something that the developer told you. He said they've worked with the neighbors. They reduced it by 25%. They actually reduced it 12% in height. They started at 295, took it down to 260. That's 12%. The 25% is if they were at 350, they never proposed 350. So it was not entirely accurate to say we worked with the neighbors and gave them something they wanted. The other thing is the Ocean Center, is it being useful to the Ocean Center? It's not. It's not. The Ocean Center needs to be within a half mile of the Ocean Center. It needs to have convention space, event space, be willing to do block room rentals. And we already have plans in the for the Ocean Center that for a hotel suite, a hotel suite hotel, business hotel, convention hotel. There are many other hotel ideas right next to the Ocean Center where we have allowed for them to be created. And the other thing is, no one's developing south of A1A. Well, that's not true. You all approved, not some of you did, the PD for the Project Longboard. That's outstanding. That's 2 towers that are of FAA height with hotel uses. That's open till 2036. That was something that's supposed to be a game changer. That project's open. We don't need to approve another one like this. A PD is a privilege. It's not a right, it's a privilege. And the privilege is supposed to come with benefits. When Treasure Island, which is just south of the city line on Frazier, when that was approved, I live across the street from it. I thought that was great at 13 stories because there was a direct benefit. The eyesore was gonna be demolished that was there. There was a direct benefit. The only benefits they're talking about here are somewhat ethereal. And every benefit they mention is just as true at 13 stories as it is at 25 stories. Are they somewhat smaller? Yes, but at 13 stories, you bring jobs, you have economic development, you have increase your tax base, you'll have a restaurant, you'll have amenities, you'll improve the vacant lot, it'll benefit Beach Street, and you can get great quality hotel rooms, and you could have a beautiful project. So I just think that this is too tall for this site, and I am asking you to please vote no on this, because at 13 stories, which Beachside Retreat is making a profit, expects to make a profit at 13 stories, he can too. So I think we need to vote no on this and ask him to come back with something smaller. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandy Murphy, and on deck is Stephen Lenneton.
Good evening. Sandy Murphy, 136 Park Avenue, and is always a hard act to follow. I've been trying to think about how to convey to you how out of scale this project is in our neighborhood. And I came up with the visual of a man who's 350 feet tall, up to that FAA standard. Right now, all the activity that's going on there, the smaller hotels, the medium hotels, they're down around his ankles and maybe up to his calves. A 13-story hotel might hit him at the knees. This hotel, we're talking about up on his shoulders. It's a huge difference, and it's a property that just doesn't belong in that place. Getting a PD is a privilege, and you're supposed to provide a public benefit with that. And with all due respect to Dennis, having another place to stay in a hotel when I feel like doing that overnight is not a huge public benefit. Most of us can't afford to do that. A new bar We have plenty of bars in Daytona Beach. That's the last thing we need more of. More low-wage jobs. Again, there are plenty of opportunities for that aren't tied to this particular property. It's going to energize the entire Orange Avenue corridor, going across the bridge and up into Midtown. I think that's a fantasy. I live very close to the Max Daytona, and I go past there all the time. That was also supposed to be a game changer for that little section of the shores. What do we have there now? It's built, it's beautiful, it has people staying there, but across the street there's a gas station that was torn apart by the hurricane that hasn't done any work on it since. There's an abandoned former grocery store. Nothing has changed in that area except for using a vacant property as a dump for stones being used in seawall reconstruction. What we need to do in this space is what we need to do in the rest of this community, and that is we have to have a strategy and a vision for these areas. And the vision for this, that I have for this area is not something that is out of scale, out of whack, inappropriate. It's something that matches our neighborhood, that builds on what we have in our neighborhood. It can be larger, but it doesn't have to be gigantic and outsized. This developer is asking for a privilege to change the shape of his property, so to speak, of the buildable property. I suspect because he paid too much for this parcel. And now we're supposed to be making him whole by allowing this. Let's not.
Our next speaker is Stephen, is it Lenneton? Udison. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Uniton. I probably lived here in Daytona longer than anybody. I grew up in Daytona. I grew up on the beach, 1128 Waverly Drive. I went to Seabreeze. I went to the University of Florida. And I've lived on the beach my whole life. And
What's your address now?
I'm 1925 South Atlantic, which is right down the street. I'm one of the neighbors, and I'm in support of this project. And to me, it's a no-brainer. And I think you have to look at what you have there now and what you're getting. I walk the beach every day. I see there's a lot of blight on the beach. I see a lot of vacant lots. I always ask myself, why is it Daytona has all these vacant lots? You know, I mean, if you go up and down the eastern seaboard, you'll see development everywhere. And we need economic development. Never mind the money that you're going to be receiving. But it's aesthetically a beautiful building. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. And being a neighbor, I'm in support of this. We'll have more restaurants. When I was a kid, I used to work on the beach at the boardwalk. And we had a tourist industry. This supposedly is the world's most famous beach. Where's our tourist industry now? We need quality hotels. We need quality development. I think that this would be a missed opportunity if we pass this by. This man wants to spend a lot of money here. I drove over here and I was looking at drove over the beach and I was looking at the Brown and Brown building. And I was looking at the park that was put together by Hyatt Brown. I know people don't want change, but change is progress. And this is, in this case, change is really project. And I would really urge you, for all the aforementioned reasons, to approve this project. And I think if you don't, it's a shame. Thank you.
That was my final speaker who signed up to speak on this item. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Come on, Johnny.
I'm gonna have you fill out a form. After.
Just go ahead.
Go
You
ahead.
can fill it out after. Just.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Johnny McGill. I reside at 122 Southwind Drive in Ormond Beach, Florida. However, I do business primarily in the Daytona Beach regional area. I'm also on the board of directors and a leadership alumni for Daytona Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'm not a native, but I did get here as quick as I could, and pride actually is what made me move here. I had a choice of really anywhere that I wanted to go in the state of Florida to be close, but not knock on the door close to my elderly parents that live a little further south than here, and we chose Daytona Beach for a reason. I want to take you guys on a little thing back if we're talking about progress. And I've only been here for roughly about 8.5 years or so, but I want to just go 10 years back. There's a few things in this town that did not exist 10 years ago. One Daytona was not here 10 years ago. Tanger Outlets were not here 10 years ago. Brown & Brown Beach Street headquarters was not here 10 years ago. Riverfront Esplanade was not here 10 years ago. Hard Rock Hotel, not really here 10 years ago. Daytona Grand, Amazon, Buc-ee's, CC and Hyatt Brown Art Museum. Now we have a Costco coming, and we have a beautiful new property of 400 Beach Street. Those things did not exist 10 years ago, and the reason why they do exist now is because of the forethought of people that sat in chairs just like yours to say that this is something that this community needs. We need to be progressive. Do we want to be Miami? No. If we wanted to be Miami, I'm sure these guys could have made a beautiful building that was 100 stories tall instead and said, okay, hey, we want to turn Daytona Beach into Miami. They didn't. Through this process, I really do feel like they did come back to the table a few times, recognizing some of the things that the residents had brought up. And even if it's not in my backyard, I don't want it here, whatever, they were considerate of those things and went back to the drawing board and looked at how they could be a better partner to the community. And I say, as a responsible commission, we shouldn't be turning away people that want to work in our community, that want to work with the people in the community within basically the framework of what's already been set in place. And I think I really want to remind everyone as well that this property is already zoned. We're not making a decision on whether or not it can go there. This is already going to happen. So I've heard repeatedly, I'm patently opposed to anything built east of the A1A. I apologize, but there's something that's going to go there. It's going to be this, or it's going to be something else. So why would we not want to put something there that is as beautiful as what they set forth, something that can be a jewel of the community? And honestly, I would be thrilled if our city made it to Architectural Digest. I'd be super happy. The other thing I just wanted to share also is that your team actually sat together, they did all the due diligence, and teamwork is extremely important. They did everything they needed to, and they came to you with a recommendation, and I would just say I am very much in favor of this project, and I hope that you will see fit to see what they have said they agree with as well, and they've put forward as a recommendation, and honor that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. We have heard from a number of speakers tonight, and we would like to say that your voice really does matter, and we appreciate all of you coming to express your sentiments about this important project. The one thing that I appreciate most is the respectful tenor in which the conversation is taking place. There are always reasons for one side or the other, but the beauty of any city that aspires to be great is having these tough conversations with civility. We send a message to future generations that we can disagree, but we can still be brotherly, sisterly, neighborly, friendly in the process. So, as we have heard from all parties, at this time we will hear from the response to public comment. If city staff has a response to public comment, we will hear from you at this time.
Mayor, Jim Morris, Deputy City Manager. We don't have additional comments. It's been complete. We've listened to everything, and there's nothing more we can add to your discussion, I don't believe.
Okay, thank you so much. We will hear from the applicant. Response to public comment, maximum 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, will there be other responses or just from me?
The affected party will respond, and I believe.
It's a total
So
of 5.
if Denny has anything to say, I'll let him go first. If he doesn't have anything to say, I don't either. So I'll leave it up to him.
Okay. Oh yeah, you don't need that, no. 6 minutes.
Good evening once again, Dennis Bear on behalf of Sons of the Beach. Mr. Mayor and I could go back and forth all night, but the hour's late. You've heard a lot of comments tonight. I'd just like to leave you with a couple of thoughts. The big issue is this side yard setback, which should be 87.5 feet, it's 60 feet. Usually you would hear that there's a hardship, there's a variance required, but your code requires that there be some benefit shown. What you would be doing tonight, if you approve it based upon, really, I think all you've heard is it's financial benefit, it's financial bonus to the city. You're gonna see that for every property on A1A. They'll say, we need a side lot setback because we're gonna improve the economy in Daytona Beach. Well, hopefully that would happen. Pretty soon you're gonna have a great wall of condos like they do in Fort Lauderdale, where I grew up, and I've seen the changes there, the weather difference, the shading, and you're gonna have no setbacks between the buildings. They're trying to put 20 pounds of potatoes in a 10-pound sack. Project's too big for the property. You know, the legal issue on the title, I stand by my opinion. I know your attorney Mr. Gross is very well versed in real estate issues. I feel comfortable that they don't own, but 74,000 square feet, 34% of the property they're claiming for their floor area ratio, they do not own. That's our position. And I think you've heard a lot of other comments. And I just leave you with one thought, that on the issue of the beaches, you know, in Flagler County, they spent $24 million putting sand on the beach after Hurricane Matthew. It's all gone. It's not there anymore. So throwing a Band-Aid on the situation and not really looking at your development patterns and what's going to happen in the future is, I think, not a wise policy decision. So thank you very much.
For the record, I said I wasn't going to say anything unless he did. So I'll close with something very, very simple. First of all, I think everything that Denny just said has been answered either in written correspondence that are in your file or things that we've said today, so I'm not going to repeat those things. You know, I've heard speakers say, why does Daytona Beachside look like it does? I don't know. But I can tell you and I'm proud of that bridge we have at Silver Beach and Orange Avenue, the Veterans Bridge. When you come across that bridge, or when you're traveling north-south and you see it at night, it's gorgeous. But when you come across that bridge and you take a look from the top of the bridge and you see giant vacant parcels along our beach, that should tell you something. Or ask you something.
Ken, you have a question?
I do.
Go ahead.
We're not voting on whether they can build or not build. We're voting on whether we choose to give them a PD or not.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Mayor, if I can, I think it would be good if you formally close the public hearing and then allow the commission to engage in discussion. It sounds like the applicant and the affected party also just made their closing statement, so I think you can skip that part of the suggested outline.
All right, well, as our attorney has suggested, we've heard from all parties involved, including the residents and community members. We will close this portion of our public hearing, and we will now engage in deliberations from members of the Daytona Beach City Commission, those who will make the decision. Commissioner Strickland, would you please restate the last question or statement that you made?
My last statement was, we're not voting on whether they can build or not. They have the right to build, no matter how we vote. But we're voting on whether to award them a PD. So I just wanted to clarify that, because some members of the public appear to think that we're voting yes or no on whether they can build or not. We're voting on whether we choose to give them a PD.
To that end, would someone please explain to the public what a PD is from, you want to explain it?
Sure, sure. A plan development is a specific tailored development to a site that to some extent or another varies from what the Land Development Code normally allows. We approve PDs as a form of rezoning, attached to which is a development agreement, which is in the record in this case, that includes all of the particulars for the proposed development. If this PD isn't approved, then the current zoning on the property, which is T1, remains. And then the applicant would have to build to the standards for the T1 zoning district.
I might add, so if you're giving an exception to the norm or to the rule, there are benefits to a PD or plan development from my perspective. Part of those benefits are that you can help to tailor it to something that you as a community would embrace or think is better than what the code currently allows. And I will open the conversation by saying that from my perspective, the code that we currently have in place, or what we allow, is not a good allowance. When I read what is allowed, I wouldn't like what's allowed. And I don't think most people would like what's allowed. So when so I don't like being in that position. For me, it's not a good position to be in, because you want something on the property. Most people, I heard two people who don't want anything, but most people realize that you want something on beachfront property that's beneficial. But what's allowed, I don't like. And I wish that and I think that moving forward, I'm going to open this dialogue with this, that I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and create some, I won't call it system, but policies, put something in place that we as a community believes would be good and acceptable for us moving forward, because what they're allowed to do is far worse than what we might approve, in my opinion. Now, others may not agree with that, but that's what I think. I wouldn't want to see a certain level of parking garage that's ridiculously designed, but that's me. So from this point, I will move to the commission and allow you to engage in the discussion. Who would choose to make comment first? Anyone? Yes.
Could you state, Mr. Attorney, exactly what they can build by right versus what they're asking for?
Well, as I think the staff and the applicant stated, the PD creates one change to what the Land Development Code would allow, and that is with regard to the required setbacks for this project. Given the number of stories they would devote toward the garage, it would essentially give them, I think, 27 feet, a 27-foot break for the setback on the north and the south side.
54 feet.
54 feet total, that's right.
But they can do everything else height-wise.
They could do everything else height-wise, and they apparently would be able to build higher under the T1, particularly if they elected to build more stories of garage space, which, as was stated during the hearing, under the Land Development Code, a floor would count as a garage space if only 51% of it was devoted toward garage. So even if it was mixed unit, hotel unit and garage, if 51% of the space was devoted toward that, that would not count toward the height of the building. In this case, I think all 5 stories would be fully devoted toward garage.
So they're perfectly within their rights to build to whatever level, given the garage situation. If we don't give the PD, they can still do it. If we give the PD, we're just dealing with setbacks.
If you don't approve the PD, they would be able to do something. And if they do develop under the T1, a 20,000 square foot or more or greater building would require planning board review for the site plan, but not a rezoning review, and nothing that would come back to you.
Now, I don't think we should ever make a decision for fear of a PD of what the developer's gonna do. That's just my perspective. Because then you feel as though someone is coming in and forcing you to do something because they might do that. And this developer, and from my perspective, what I've heard is not making that suggestion. I don't know that if we don't approve this, that they will wanna build on the parcel, and I'm not gonna speak for them, but they would have to, but that's, you know, and that doesn't matter either. I'm not trying to say why else we would decide. Anyone else, any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
So this property is in Zone 1. I was able to meet with a lot of the residents, a lot of these groups, even the owner himself. He's a very smart man, and he bought this property in 2005, and I think maybe he overpaid for it a little bit, and that's why in the last 18 years, nothing was done with the property. So when people come up here and say, like, you know, like it's the city's fault that the properties aren't getting developed, they really aren't. So I think that the numbers still have to make sense for him. I don't think we should tell anybody what to do with their property, so whatever the current zoning is, I think that's what should be followed. Another thing too, because it is mostly a residential area behind there, it's not like our core center. So with the valet, with the beeping, with the traffic, and I know that they spend a lot of time and a lot of money with staff and going over all this. So even as a commission, what do we want to set a precedence of what we want to see down there? You know, so now if we say yes to this, and then that other gentleman that came at 1299 South Atlantic, that's another vacant lot. Why he hasn't built on it, I don't know. So if we have one 25-story hotel going up, is that what we want to see all in the South Atlantic redevelopment area? Because according to what's in our redevelopment plan, it doesn't match. So this is why I'm like a little confused on what we're looking to do here. So as the commissioner of that zone, speaking to the residents, I do represent the people in my area, and I just think that this is not really going to fit the area. And I just want to share that with everybody.
And it's not a good fit based on, could you restate
Because,
what is
sure,
based on?
the thing is, we're mostly residential on the west side.
Of course.
So it's not like in the tourist development area you have multifamilies, it's all one families, or it's a historic neighborhood. So I don't know if this, it's a beautiful building, I do love it, but I don't know if it fits the design of what the area currently is. And I know people are gonna say, well, there's really not that much there, but we still have to, I think, keep with the historic residential area.
Okay. Any other comments from other members of the commission? No sidebar. Does anyone else have a comment? No other comment? And do we have a motion? I have a motion and a second.
Let's just
We do have a motion.
I thought I did. Okay.
Okay. So a couple of things come to mind. I was writing down some statements people made, and it's quite a mix. One of them was that, you know, if we have investment, what this looks like, and if we don't have investment, if we take a look at parts of the city where investment has stopped, what that does over a period of time. And then in some parts of the city, we're trying to revitalize it by trying to pull investment back in. So we see what happens when nothing is going on. We see what happens when we have investment in one core area, meaning the Ocean Center, but then the surrounding properties, a little bit north and south of that, we don't see that. So Zone 3 has the stretch from ISB to Orange Avenue. We have 2 restaurants in that area. We have a lifeguard station. But that whole area could do with a few more things just right in there. It's right on the beach, right? It's 2 restaurants. They've come and gone a little bit, but okay, so there they are. So we see what happens when nothing happens. You bring investment in, something starts to shake up a bit, right? Someone else said something about value cycles. I thought that was very interesting. The idea that neighborhoods change over time. They go up, they go down, and you have to keep putting on a fresh face to keep the neighborhood alive. And when you lose that momentum, when you lose that investment, when you lose that interest, the neighborhood does go away. And then it's a hard go to get it going again. And we've seen that again in other parts of town. Someone also said something about something for all of us. And that one struck with me. So some of us like history, historic area. Some of us like modern. Some of us like outdoor. Some of us like ocean. Some of us like Beach Street. We have a little bit of everything in Daytona Beach. If you want to go shopping inside a mall, you have it. You want to go to an outside mall, you have it. So I like the idea of something for all of us, and that we are not just one face anymore in Daytona Beach. We're not even two. We have so many cultures coming in here, and so many people are coming in here from different places. Chicago, big cities. And the idea of having something for all of us is appealing to me. The idea that we have the concept of diversity. And it's okay to have something old mixed in with something new, because the something old is at some level being invigorated by the something new. Just having it there. What's intriguing to me is that corner, the one on ISB and A1A. A lot of activity goes on that isn't always good. We have a couple of small hotel situations there. Everybody has a right to live where they want to live, but there is some activity that goes on there. I have Lennox Park back there. I have people wandering. And the goal has always been that if we have more people in the environment, the transient foot traffic theoretically can go up or down. We don't know what's going to happen. On the one hand, they'll come in and then maybe they'll panhandle, right, because there's more people. On the other hand, maybe they won't. We just don't know. So we could stay where we are, not try something. My concern, I have some concerns, the transition from flat to 25. I mean, I'm definitely a modern, forward-thinking person. I live in the future a lot. But that transition is harsh. That's a hard line. And are we planning on maybe saying, you know, as part of our redevelopment area, saying, okay, look, we'll have one that's super big, we'll have two that's medium, one that's smaller, and start to redesign the areas that in the future, the transition, we can see a difference. Is that a possibility at all?
I don't know if that's a possibility or not. But, you're asking us a question to have I prefer not to go into hypotheticals about our future. We can maybe have a future meeting to plan what we think the rest of it should look like. But good question. Do we have any other questions or comments from the commission? No?
No, sir, I'm about to say something.
Okay.
Since nobody else is asking me if I'm going to talk. But anywho, I've listened to, just like you all have, to everything that's been said. Oh, I heard them say that. Thank you, Mrs. Johnson.
No, it's
my mic is on. Guys, can you turn it up, please?
Okay.
Is that better? Thank you, audience. I've listened to everything that's been said this evening, and I've listened intently to both sides. I've met with folks to tell me their side. I went to the site to remind myself what it looks like. And as a native Daytonian, born and raised right here in Halifax Hospital, graduate of Seabreeze High School, and the great Bethune-Cookman College, having left and returned home and trying to be a good citizen, I have noticed and I have heard from friends who have come to visit. They said nothing's changed. It still looks the same. And Commissioner Paris, I commend you. We all represent a particular part of this city, and we stand for those voices. But we also represent the entire city. And what we have to realize is that one day we won't be sitting in these seats. Our children will, and their children will. And what type of children do we have today? They're technology driven. They go places, they do things. They're not us. They're already forward thinking. We have to be forward thinking in preparation for them. And I've listened to the developer's long lifetime of building, what he brings to us. I've heard the excellence of our architect. I've heard all of this. I've heard from the citizenry on what they don't want, but I have to go back to what Commissioner May says, and sometimes you've got to mix the old with the new. Because the only way you're going to get something different, and you won't get anything different, if you keep on doing what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. And right now, pardon my vernacular, but we ain't got nothing on that corner. Something's going there, and do we want to have a voice in what goes there? We've got to remember that Daytona Beach, you know what really made us famous? It was because we drove on the beach. We're the only place people can drive on the beach. It wasn't the hotels and what have you, but in 2023, it might be the hotels. We don't have that much beach to drive on anymore. We can't depend on what it used to be. We've got to think about what it's going to be. And in doing so, we've got to be mindful that we have a responsibility to bring about change. I really love how, I wrote everybody's name down. I really love how the gentleman broke down what we didn't have 10 years ago. He named all those things. And if you close your eyes now, can you imagine not having those things in this city? Can you imagine not having one Daytona? Not having the pavilion and downtown Daytona, the Brown and Brown building. You know, all those things you and I voted on. We're the longest seated people up here. Everything he named, we voted on. I can't even imagine them not having been here. So we have to stop being afraid of change. We have to embrace change. And if it doesn't work, it's so be it. That's life. You have to take a chance on life and on things and what's going to be best for all of us. So although I was kind of wavering about the size of this and all of this, but when I sat here and I listened this evening, I think that this is something that we need to seriously consider doing. And it's definitely going to be something that I vote for.
Okay. Commissioner Henry.
Okay, so when people come into Daytona Beach and they say it's the same, that's not true. Because he just noticed, he went off a list of everything that's not the same in Daytona Beach. So it's not the same. We're growing.
They meant specific areas, like Midtown.
Okay. Even Midtown ain't the same. Some of it is. But we're growing. Now, I like this project. There are some things that concern me, and then I stand with the residents on. I kept looking over and over again at the shadow over the homes. And I started thinking to myself, I go outside every single day of my house because I need that sun right there. And I began to think, these people will not have that opportunity. And I know I kept looking at the video, and I'm glad the video kept repeating of the shadow where they showed at 1 o'clock, this is what it's going to be, 2 o'clock. But in the core part of the day, in the core part of the morning, it started, I think at 9 the video started, and it went up. It was a shadow over everyone's homes. And I can't get that picture out of my mind that people are going to go out of their house in Florida and every day be an overcast over their home. That's problematic to me. And I look at the project, and the building is beautiful. I mean, the architect did a beautiful job. It's a beautiful design, but to me, it's big. And when you look at the surrounding neighborhood with the project, it's like a thumb. It's like a big thumb sticking up. And then there's these little houses and other little buildings around it, and then you have the Taj Mahal right there. And so that's a concern of mine. And I haven't decided on whether or not I'm going to support this tonight. Now, I feel like it's a necessary project. I do. I really feel like it's necessary. But I just don't know if it's if the size of it is necessary, or if it fits in the community and in the neighborhood. So I'm gonna think a little bit longer. I guess I got about 2 or 3 more minutes before it be time to vote. And I'm gonna consider and I'm gonna continue to think on this because I'm feeling with the residents and then I'm feeling with the builders, and they do have a right. It's their property, and I wouldn't want anybody to come in and say you can only do this much and cut out, $2 million of my profit. I wouldn't want that as a property owner or as a builder. So I'm gonna take 2, 3 more minutes and I'm gonna think this through, but I just want you all to know that I'm trying to see this from both sides and both points of view. And there's a lot to consider with this. But I love the design of it all. And that's where I'm standing right this, what time is it? Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's it.
I'll be brief. So I'm kind of with Commissioner Henry and Commissioner Reed with regard to, I agree with you. The phrase that, first of all, for me, there's such a contrast between, it's just stark to me, right? Number one. There's a phrase that some friends used with me when they came to visit from Atlanta about Daytona, and they said it's the place that time forgot in some areas, right? So relative to that, when we built the Veterans Bridge, the county built the Veterans Bridge, I had high hopes of what it would do to Orange Avenue. I said, that is going to be a corridor straight down. And I'm hoping that since it's a corridor, people are going to want to do some investment, sell some things, buy some things, keep their business, uplift their business, do whatever they have to do. But that's going to become a corridor. And so my hope, I'm sure Commissioner Reed's also, is that since it's going to be a thoroughfare, that the street is great, the road is great, but we have houses, we have some businesses, that maybe it does a little revitalization there also. That is my bigger hope, to watch that extend, the effect of it extend, because you cannot avoid that corridor or that bridge.
We keep talking about new stuff. There are cities right here in this state, St. Augustine, and places like that. It's on.
Okay.
Red light's on. I don't know about the volume, but I don't think that it's necessary to get rid of everything old and build new, because many places, Boston, St. Augustine, they have old stuff. Even down in Key West, they've maintained their heritage, if you will, their history, and we've been handing out incentives and building the next big thing, the linchpin, the springboard, and that sort of thing for years around here. And I think it's time we pay attention to what the residents say. These guys can still build a building there if we turn down the PD. That's going to happen. That's just the way the rules are. But I stand with the residents on this. It's too tall. If it were 13 stories, I'd vote for it in a heartbeat. But the height they have, putting a PD on it, is not going to really make that much difference as whether we do or whether we don't. But I'll vote against this.
Okay. All right. Is that it? Commissioner Cantu, you have anything to say? Just one before I close it out. I'm gonna have the last remarks.
I grew up here as well, and I do remember Beachside when it was happening. Everything is in my zone now on the west side, and I hear everyone complain constantly. There's nothing going on Beachside. There's empty lots all over the place. But every time someone does come to us on Beachside, we turn them down. And I just feel like if we keep saying no, we're not going to have people coming to us. And they're going to, we've run out of room on the west side. B-side looks the same as, I mean, for the last, my kids are in their 30s, for the last 30 years since back in the 80s when it was lively and when the tourists y'all would come here. I mean, and like I said, my oldest is 37 and it still looks exactly the same the last 30 years. There's nothing going on. So, and I get it because I know a lot of these people. I grew up with a lot of these people. So I understand, but there's going to be change. I mean, I wish I could stay young again, but life changes. Things go on. So I'm going to have to support this.
Okay. Got anything else?
I was just gonna say, when's the last time we said no to anything?
Is the height the height? Is there anything else they can do with that height? This is just what it is.
That's what they've chosen. That's what what we're voting on. The height. Okay. Okay.
And just one other thing on Mr. Strickland's comment. Everything that comes before us is always a challenge. And that's why people don't come to Beachside to develop. We need restaurants over there. I mean, I got the National Guard they're going to be coming here in 2026. And it was a challenge to get them here because we were having competition between Daytona and Orlando. And I mean, we finally going to have them come here, but it was a challenge because we have nothing over there for them. I mean, someone brought up the cheerleading competition. I mean, I have relatives and kids in the cheerleading competition. They were going to leave Daytona and go back to Orlando. I mean, we got them to stay, but we have nothing for them over there.
We could probably start by putting some rides back on the boardwalk and that sort of thing. But, we're too busy with other things, Stacy.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
We do have PDs that have been approved, but nobody's building. And then we give 5 years to get a permit, then from that time they get a permit, then another 10 years to build. So it's just, the financing is not there. So I don't understand. It's like you're saying that we're saying no to projects. We've said yes to projects. People aren't building, so how?
But we have people coming to Beachside. We have someone coming to Beachside right now that wants to build.
I understand.
And if we tell people no on Beachside, they're going to keep coming. They won't be.
I apologize. That was very rude. I should have let you talk.
It's okay.
I just wanted to say that we do have PDs that were approved, and then the building never happens. So it's, everyone keeps coming here saying they're going to do all these things, and then we just have to accept it because, I feel like we're at the mercy of the people. Oh my gosh, if they don't build, who's going to build? And I feel that we've done so many approvals and no one's building yet. Am I wrong?
Okay. We have an important decision before us. I wouldn't call it a game changer, because it's not a game changer. I think we've already sort of changed the game about Daytona Beach and about things, about the direction that our community is heading in. We've added in the last 10, 12 years, 20,000 new residents. And 10, 12 years ago, we were the only city on the eastern seaboard that had a negative growth rate. And you talk about sorry, Jim Chisholm was a magician with working the budget to our survival. 500 people were employed. We had to drop all the way down to 500 employees from where we are now, which is what, 800-900? And so it's a different day. And so I don't think that we ought to feel as though we are under the gun to decide affirmatively or negatively, but we need to see the whole picture and the big picture of our city. And so I have a couple questions for us, and there's a lot of information here. I just want us to remember what this sheet of paper was that the staff gave us. And that's 1947, 1973, 57, 87, 58, 84, 1960, 71, 52, 75, 73, 88. That's when we built on the beach side a new hotel. That's kind of telling, but I agree with Ann Ruby when she says that all new is not the same. It doesn't have to be new, because I consider what was done at the Hard Rock to essentially be new. It's not the same. I consider what's going on at the Renaissance Hotel essentially to be new. So you can take an old hotel with bones and structure and make it as good as a new hotel. And so I value those, and I think the other one is the AC Hotel. But question is that enough? Ken, you alluded to a point that I believe is important when we talk about, I think our boardwalk and Main Street remain, and people on Main Street get mad at me when I say that they're underperforming. Main Street is still underperforming as a year-round destination. The boardwalk is a disaster. We don't have to like that I say that, but it is a disaster. And we have had people come in here and agree, and I've been in conversations with folks who were bringing in Ferris wheels and every other type of amusement. None of them have shown up. Okay, and so that's critical. And and then here's another thing for the folks who live on the beach side and who live close to it. You should not move to Daytona Beach and see an open parcel on oceanfront property and think that it's not going to be something built on it. I've lived my whole life in Daytona Beach. My dad trimmed almost every hotel tree. When they were all there, he trimmed all of them. He pretty much created the industry of palm tree trimming in Daytona Beach. And yes, compelled me to go to college. Because when the summer came, we were out there. I like the beachside tree limbs because they were lighter. Because nothing left in them, nothing in them but salt when you carried them to the truck. It's not like mainland palm tree limbs, a lot heavier. But my point is that the beach and the benefits of it belongs to all of Daytona Beach. And we're going to have to use the benefits of it as our resource for everyone. So because you live there, you can't assume that it's going to be a shrine or an oasis simply for you, or, you know, it has to benefit everyone. What troubles me is the reality, and this is about PDs, and it's something that we have not taken as seriously as we should. And I am still angry with staff because we're still talking about affordable housing. You still haven't brought us anything to really hone in on and say, let's consider this. That should have been done. Because when we talk about all of the PDs that we've done, but one of the things that is true and accurate is, what is the benefit to the city of Daytona Beach? And I can say, now this project would bring in a lot of revenue, and that's a big benefit. It's a big benefit because before all of this growth happened, our road construction budget was $2 million. Since this growth has happened, our road reconstruction is 4.2 or 3 million, double. So let's not pretend that the growth in some ways hadn't helped us to be able to do things that we weren't able to do before. But when you look at this project, it says it should have a benefit. We didn't discuss, well, what's the benefit? What other benefit could we ask for? What other benefit would be beneficial other than that? We don't have a policy in place that says that they have to help us with affordable housing because we're too slow to make that happen. And that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, it should not happen. We should have something, should have already been here, but that's not your problem. You didn't cause that. But we haven't demanded it. But what's the benefit? What other benefit could we have? I believe the legal issue, I'm riding with what our attorney has told us. And that's that. Big question is, why does it look like it does? But it doesn't look exactly the same. We've had development on the beach side, and we're having development. But we approved the 2 new restaurants. We worked with Dr. Duva. We've worked with the county and the state on ISB. We're doing our part. This is a tough decision, you know, but I don't believe that it's fair to simply say that the residents are against it. I counted the people who spoke tonight, and I have counted my emails. And it does not bear out that there's some overwhelming, and I'm talking about the residents who live close to the parcel. There's not some overwhelming majority of residents who have communicated with me that they're opposed to it. You know, I think it's 50-50, but I think that the majority of the residents who live in Daytona Beach probably overwhelmingly have told me they support it, and we know what the business community says. But I don't always listen to the business community because we know that the business community is gonna, you know, they're scratching their own back. But I listen to them, but I don't just roll with what they say because, you know, we do have to value the residents. We're gonna take a roll call vote, and in whatever way that this turns out, I wanna say to the gentleman who has invested in the community all of these years, because you have been paying taxes on the property, haven't been able to build on it, but I wanna say we still appreciate that you've chosen this community. And I wanna say to all of you, we appreciate you showing up tonight, and we'll do our job, and we're all doing it the best of our ability. The roll call begins with who?
Commissioner Cantu.
Commissioner Cantu, okay.
Commissioner Cantu?
Yes.
Commissioner Henry?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
No.
Commissioner Strickland? No. Commissioner May?
Yes.
Mayor Derek L. Henry?
Well, it doesn't matter. Right, got 4 votes to 3. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you all. We'll give you all a moment to leave. I'm going to the facility.
Okay.
Excuse me, we're going to take a 7-minute recess, facility break. At this time, we will continue with our business meeting.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 9F. It's the Growth Management Planning Department Fifth Street right-of-way vacation. This is a resolution public hearing. A resolution vacating a portion of the Fifth Street, also known as White Street, subject to a reservation of public utility easement in the city of Daytona Beach, as shown on the map of Rosella Park subdivision, recorded in Map Book 11, page 149, Public Records of Volusia County, Florida, repealing resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, and providing when this resolution shall take effect.
Hello?
So moved.
All right. Take a motion from Commissioner Paris and second from Commissioner May.
Okay. And I have a number of speakers, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker is Alan Fair, and on deck is Arnold Thomas.
To speak tonight. You have a little sketch in front of you. Okay, so my first concern with this project is what's going to happen to the 25 feet of the land, vacated land that is attached to the right-of-way, which would be parcel 2 on your drawing. And what's going to happen with parcel 3, which what I believe I was told when I purchased my house was the extension of Cedar Street, which was the access to that 50-foot right-of-way for the utility companies to get in there and do their work. So my question is what's going to happen to parcel 2 and what's going to happen to parcel 3?
Staff, Jim, Dave?
Good evening, David Waller, Public Works Director. There are a couple city-owned parcels. There's a undeveloped right-of-way and another parcel that was deeded to the city as a park, and 25 feet will go to those city-owned parcels. The portion that fronts either a public right-of-way is undeveloped, or there's also another parcel along there that's city-owned, and those 25 feet will go to the city-owned parcels. It'll be split evenly.
Between the owners,
It'll remain a right-of-way?
Whether it's city or private, yes, ma'am.
Because we're the owner, yeah, because.
You're happy with that, right?
I'm sorry?
You would be happy with that, right?
Yeah, we'd be happy with it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we wanted the city to vacate it. Yeah, because we've already thought it was ours for like 30, 40, 50 years, and just realized it's not.
Just as an FYI for the commission, this is a paper right-of-way. It's never been developed as a street. It abuts the backyards of the adjoining lots. It's not ever going to be developed as a street. And the resolution provides.
Sorry, this is a paper right-of-way. It's never been developed as a street. It's not going to be developed as a street. It abuts up to the backyards of all these lots, and many people have already fenced in that area, and there's maintenance issues. The resolution would preserve an FPL easement. FPL is in there, and condition its approval on that easement being preserved.
I think they were under the impression they weren't getting the property, but technically they're getting the property, just that we will have. There will be an easement if there was work that needs to be done by FPL, that they could go in and take a property. But we're not taking any property, we're actually letting them have the property.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So that right-of-way that I spoke of, parcel 3, will remain public property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because that's city's property.
Okay. So the second question is, when we're given this extra 25 feet added onto our property, will our taxes increase?
Probably not. We don't get to speak. We don't get to decide that. Go ahead, Jim.
I'm Jim Morris, Deputy City Manager. If it increases, it'll be a penny or two, infinitesimal. It's a tiny piece of property with an easement to maintain a water line and a power line, but you own it, you can go on it, use it, and so on. If you can notice the difference in your tax bill above inflation, I'd be very surprised.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a big question.
Okay, that's all I have, as long as that remains an access. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker is Arnold Thomas, and on deck is Sean Phillips.
Hello, Arnold Thomas, 600 South Landvale. I'm one of the people that are in the middle of this. And quickly, as I stated the last meeting, I was fortunate enough to retire early from up north. I came down, I rented a house in that neighborhood until I bought a horse ranch out in the land, moved out there. That fell apart, divorced, decided to downsize, move back into this nice little neighborhood that I fell in love with, close to the Speedway. I'm a Speedway guy, I love the beach and blah, blah, blah. So the house next to where I rented, 600, became available for sale, so I bought it. Unknowingly, or not knowing, that 25 feet was really not mine. And I have cars and motorcycles, and I wanted to build a garage. Well, because of the smaller lot, I came to the permit division, and I couldn't put a garage up suitable because of that land really wasn't mine. And, you know, when I sold the ranch out there, I had plenty of space, and, you know, coming into Daytona Beach here in this little property in a little house, I had to downsize, and it kind of really screwed me up for my retirement, not being able to put a garage for some of my things. And by you vacating the land to us, that will help my retirement dream come true here in Daytona Beach that I fell in love with since 2003. So I would like that land to maybe be a bigger piece of property, which allow me to build a garage suitable for my toys. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sean Phillips, and on deck is Sharon Stavoy.
Sean Phillips had to leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but if you'll see that he was for the vacating of it, he had to leave about an hour ago. He couldn't wait any longer.
Okay.
But he says he'll write a letter or do a call or whatever you all need.
Thank you.
You're all good.
Our next speaker is Sharon Stavoy, and on deck is Charlene Rollins.
All right, I'll make this brief because I don't even think I want to hear myself at this point. I've lived on South Landvale for 7 years. The land in question is part of my daily life. So sometimes it's coffee, sometimes it's wine. Tonight it's going to be wine. But I use this land daily. We live as a family unit, and we've maintained or paid to maintain this land for as long as I've lived there. In my 7 years, the city has not maintained this land, even after catastrophic storms. So I ask you to please vacate. And happy holidays, everybody.
Our next speaker is Charlene Rollins, and on deck is Shannon Champion.
Hey, Charlene Rollins, 612 South Landvale Avenue. Bought my house a little over 2 years ago. It was never disclosed to me that the city owned the back of my yard. So we've been having code enforcement issues ever since. And anyway, there was also a survey that I got when I bought my house that never showed the easement. I'm just for the vacating of just like my neighbors here. Please help us vacate. It's just been headache after headache after headache, and I have 3 jobs. I'm a single mom. The neighbor next to me built their fence short, which leaves a jungle behind that yard that butts up to my yard now. And there's beer cans out there and clothes, and I don't know if someone is living back there behind, this 25-foot section. I don't know what's going on over there, but, it worries me. But if I could just ask you to please vacate, it'd be so awesome. Thank you.
Well, I can't tell you all not to come up. Come on up, because we want to hear from you, and you all seem to. You got to come up.
You have to come up.
Come up.
I'm not going to speak, so I'm going to tell you I'm not coming up to speak, but thank you for allowing me the opportunity to.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Jane Connor Zeiser.
That's it, Connor Zeiser. I'm not going to speak very long either.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jane Connor Zeiser, and I live at 606 South Landvale, and I am also for this vacation of the land and everything. I'm one of the newer residents. I've only been there for a couple of years, but you know, that piece of land is like our garden and everything else in our community. And, you know, as been said before, you know, the city we've cleared it out after the storms, you know, we chase the animals out, we do all that other stuff, and I think the property's so small, nothing's gonna ever be built on it, and it's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our
Well,
next speaker is Randy LeGroff.
Really, yeah, I'm Randy Lagrada. Are we gonna be able to move our fence back 25 feet? Because I came and you guys wouldn't let me do it, so it's a jungle. All right.
We'll help you clear it, Brown.
I was gonna ask, is there any way the city could help us clear those properties?
no.
I ain't gotta ask.
Yours now, brother.
Gotta ask.
I know.
Thank you.
You got it. You got the 25 feet. Okay. We have got some more? Never
Our next
seen it.
speaker is Bonnie
People against.
Tansey? Keating.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Keating, 606 South Landville Avenue. I've lived here 30 years in the same house. First house I ever bought and purchased.
Didn't you already speak?
I'm sorry? No, I was speaking for...
You told us about someone else. I
Yeah,
let you
'cause
talk.
he
I
couldn't,
thought
he
it was
couldn't come,
you.
but he was here, but he left.
Okay.
But this land has been my land, so I've thought for all these years. And there was a shed back there when I moved there, which a hurricane took back down. I built another one. The fence was there when I moved there, and the wonderful lady behind me, we take turns there next to us. When the fence goes down, we take turns, we take care of it together. Well, that isn't our land anymore, and if this isn't done, code enforcement's gonna make us move that fence because it's not on the right property. So please, can you vacate, please?
I promise.
Okay. Our next speaker is Melissa Adams, and on deck is Paul Wesley.
Hello, Melissa Adams, 425 Tarragon Way. Just like everybody else, I think that's spoken, just to vacate it. I got a lot of big dogs that would really love to have the land, and I'd appreciate it.
Is there anyone against it? Oh, you got questions. I've never seen such. Okay, you guys are welcome, and I appreciate you being here. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let 'em go.
Paul Wesley, and on deck is Kim Adams.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm in favor of vacating the land because there are animals and who knows what else back there. Because it is extremely overgrown and there are animals back there. They come through the fence occasionally to visit. And we would just like to take care of it the right way.
Okay. No doubt. Thank you. Oh.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. First of all, my name is Kim Adams. I live at 42, what are you doing? What's happening?
Other side. See the button on the other side?
Oh, the other side.
I'm good.
You're good?
She's good. She said y'all
I'm not
want-
yielding back my time yet, Mr. Wellesley. First of all, thank you guys. I live at 425 Tarragona Way. My name is Kim Adams. 4 hours of law and order meets beach hunt, bargain hunt was the longest 4 hours of me sitting here to say, please vacate, and thank you for your time. Now I'm going to sit back.
Yeah, the one that I signed back, it still got.
Okay, our next speaker is Rosemary Kahn.
He said it before
For
I was-
Kane.
I got it. Let's leave him alone.
Is there a Rosemary? Our next speaker is it Zareta Nordrum? And on deck is Carol Bristow. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate and respect you waiting to address our grievances. My name is Mrs. Nordrum. I purchased a home at 618 South Landville Avenue. 2 years ago. The gentleman that tried to explain that our property taxes weren't gonna go up, I'm not so sure about that. When I bought the home, I paid $975 for my taxes for 1 year. Last year, I paid $2,854 for my taxes. The back of my house is a disaster. The lady here that claims that there's a hole between mine and her yard is because the city told me I could not put my fence to the wall. I had a survey that told me where that fence had to go. They dropped pins, so the rest of them had their fence back there. There's a hole there. That's not my responsibility. It's not my land. She knew that. She was told that. She could have put up a fence, but she decided my fence would do. So for me, my power goes out every time the wind blows hard, every time there's a storm. FPL says, well, we can't get back there because, you know, we look at it. My power lines are entwined with the trees. I have called them, I don't know how many times. These people don't care. They don't live over here. They don't have the problems that we have. We take care of our property too, but we cannot take care of FPL's problems because they tell us you'll get electrocuted. That's their right to maintain the power lines, to maintain that area back there. That is your responsibility as the city, not ours. And it's never been maintained. You said so yourself a minute ago. Now, for me as a citizen, I live in Virginia. I'm a military wife. We came here, we bought this house so we could come here and retire. Okay, we rent it out. My tenant has a problem, the same problem we had. Hey, the power goes out every time I turn around. But FPL, they can't access the property. They can't get through the yards either because the areas between the yards are narrow. So what is the end of that? Even if you give us this property, how do we then maintain the power lines, the power poles, the cables, all of that? Now, does that fall on us also to have to maintain it? If you're going to dissolve all of that, how then, who takes care? Who's responsible, I think that's what I'm trying to say, for the power lines being cleaned and cleared and for FPL to be able to access the area to do that? That has to be addressed and thought of. You can't just say you can have that land because it's not that easy. There are power poles in my backyard, on my property.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Carol Bristow, and on deck is Tiffany Clay.
Good evening. Good evening. A long evening, but I'm probably the one that has lived. My name is Carol Bristow. I live at 609 Tarragona Way, and I have neighbors behind me and stuff. The power pole for FPL is in my yard, okay? I always do. I've lived in that house since 1953 when my parents built that house. So I've been in Daytona since then. I now own it because they've passed away. That power pole for 4 houses are in my backyard. And the only way FPL can get to that power pole is if I open up my 10-foot gate on one side where we put a boat, and they can drive their little truck with the bucket on the back, go under the power line to my house, and then work on the pole. That's how they get into the pole when we are out of power. We're out of power all the time. One little wind, we're out. Internet goes down, power goes down, everything. We have maintained that entire piece of property of 25 feet. I knew all along there was 25 feet there from the time that house was built. I knew there was a right-of-way there, okay? I don't mind vacating, but I'm really tired of digging trees out of the power lines when they're in my yard when there's no power, because they go down in my backyard. They're laying on the ground. I can't touch them. Then I have to let the power cut come through in their truck, and now I have no grass that I personally planted when I was little in that backyard. It's all dug up from those trucks. So who will maintain that when we have a storm? And every storm we've had, we always lose power to that house. And the city, I didn't even know the name of the street was 5th Street on one end, going to White Street on the other since I've lived there. So there's a whole 50-foot right-of-way, and we're all splitting it down the middle. I go all the way back to the end. I'm not moving my fence. I want the property, but I don't want to pay all the taxes on it if it's a big deal. So I don't mind vacating that. But that's what's going on in our end of the neighborhood down here. I don't know about the beginning part of it, but that's what's happening there. And my neighbor next to me just paid $300,000 for a house next to me, and the city approved a pool to be put in her backyard that goes right through the middle of the length of her pool. You see the red line for the right-of-way right through her pool. So what is she going to do? She has to vacate or move her pool. And she just spent $300,000 on a house. So the city needs to look at that. We need to have I can't even find the deed. Can't find the deed on my house. I can't find the survey on my house because it was built too long ago. The city has no clue what's going on behind me. But the biggest deal is FPL. And they say they won't cut it, and the city says, oh, we can't cut it. That's an FPL line. Okay? Then FPL comes out, oh, we can't cut it. That's a city line. I'm just saying, if 25 feet of it is yours in the city right away, something needs to be done behind our houses to allow us to have a safe backyard.
Our next speaker is Tiffany Clay, and on deck is Joan Clay. They're Tiffany Clay or Joan Clay? Those were my final speakers then. For 9F? I don't have one for you for 9F. On this right away. Okay. Sorry. I have more speakers.
I do have a question.
You can't speak from the audience.
What can we do about this?
We first of all have to say, we don't, FPL has to take care of their line and that's what they do. That's what they're supposed to do. I know the area that you all are talking about now from my days of walking the neighborhoods, and I know I've spoken to people who lived there who had that problem with FPL when I first ran, and I remember making calls to FPL in order to try to get them to do a better job of keeping that up. But this was for us, we thought a formality, and but we understand that there's two sides of the issue. But if we vote in favor of this, it's really not going to change what we would do. It doesn't change what we would do, does it, in any way?
No, the city has the right but not the obligation to maintain that right of way, and typically the city wouldn't maintain unimproved rights of way like this. It would be an expense. That's a policy decision. If you vacate, then there would be no vehicle, no method for you to engage in any maintenance because the city would have no easement interest back there.
But the management issues that they describe are not city responsibilities. It's an FPL responsibility. So it's just not something that, for me that I can engage in. Did you have something, sir?
I hate to add much to the mayor. Vacating the right of way because it has no public purpose, that's why we're vacating it. The public purpose of the right of way for the water and the power stays there, so the people will be able to have FPL maintain it if FPL will. And from the perspective of if you don't vacate it, you probably disturb status quo that's happened over the years in terms of what different people have done and treating property as their own. It becomes their own now, subject to those reservations, and you've addressed it otherwise completely.
Okay, all right. We have a motion. We have no other speakers. Do we have any other comment from the commission?
So we have no authority to try to encourage FPL to try to do something?
We call them. And we engage and we call them and we write them letters and I would like for the manager and staff, and we will do that.
Okay, thank you.
And then you call us and we'll harass them. And they work for a little while. They'll do it for a little while.
Okay.
We should be able to get, maybe it should be a little longer than that. Yeah. Okay, so try to help.
Those are my people.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations. Good luck. Congratulations.
We're gonna move on to item number 10 now. I'm gonna give,
And thank you for your patience tonight. Thank you. Yeah.
Learned a lot.
Well, good. That's what we do down here.
Oh, thank you. You know I'm your commissioner.
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna move on to item number 10.
Just let them go. Just let
Okay,
them
let 'em
go. See where-
She's gonna keep going to miss it. Let them go. Let
You
them
might as
go.
well just keep, you might as well just wait. I don't know if I'm going out of the house tomorrow. I'm taking tomorrow off.
I'm not leaving.
Somebody better not call me tomorrow. Get over it.
I'm ready to go.
See, and your chicken.
I'm surprised you didn't even say that.
Okay, so now I'm gonna move on to item number 10. Item number 10A is the Growth Management and Planning Department extension to the Indonesian Hotel. This is a resolution extending development deadlines established by the Indonesian Hotel Plan District Agreement, repealing all resolutions, perhaps?
Yeah, we'll change that.
Repealing all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing an effective date.
Do we have a motion? Take a motion from Commissioner Strickland, a second from Commissioner May.
And I do have speakers on this item, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker is Ann Ruby, and on deck is Emily Nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, people sick of that.
I bet you it's right.
And Ruby, 136 37 Park
Get
Avenue. Do it again. I would be in favor of extending this PD. I know that property has been derelict looking for a long time, but the people who own it have taken on the Oceana Suites. They have done an amazing job of renovating that into a really great little roadside motel on the west side of A1A, and they would like to have the opportunity to do the same thing at 999 North Atlantic. So I hope that they've only owned it since earlier this year. I hope that the prior owners, and there have been multiple owners over the decades, have not maintained it. I hope that their lack of care will not be held against the current owners, and that you would extend this PD so that they can move forward in the next year and get something done there, because it could be a great corner. Thank you.
Great, could be a great corner.
Our next speaker is Emily Nice, and on deck is Amy Pyle.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for staying so late. This is really quite the marathon of sitting, not jogging. Okay, so Emily Nice, 941 North Oleander, Daytona Beach. I'm speaking on many concerned residents as the Seabreeze Neighborhood Watch chair. This property at 999 has undergone 18 years of being in a dilapidated condition. It's a highly visible property on A1A and University Boulevard. It was purchased in March of 2023, but first I just want to thank the team of people from the city who have helped us as the Seabreeze residents babysit this property at great stress to all of us, and I'll tell you why in a minute. I want to thank Daytona Beach Police Department, who has come to check on the property because the owner has not boarded it up properly. The fence has been broken into so many times because For instance, at one point, this owner and his manager has used string like you would wrap a package with to fix his fence. So of course it's going to get broken into. I would also like to thank Code, who has gone out there sometimes 9 times in 2 months just because the owner won't cooperate. Special Magistrate Vukelja, and very definitely, I'm so tired, but I'm very, very happy that Growth Management put forth the extra property maintenance standards. That is such a sigh of relief to all of us, not only in Seabreeze, I'm sure, but to all of the other vacant properties that are not adequately taken care of throughout the city. So great job, thank you. So bear with me, I just want to update you with a quick history. Yes, it was purchased in March of 2023. He has been sought by Code since June 2023. Special Magistrate Vukelja called it a toilet, literally, because of the condition. He had a hearing September 2023, a second chance October 2023. The special magistrate fined him $3,500 because he refused to do the basic property maintenance standards that Code and all of us had been begging him for. So
I'm sorry.
What's your question? Finish your thought.
Okay, so with all of that aside, my biggest concern, along with my neighbors, was that we had an open pool full of brown sludge water for 8 months after Code had tried to get him to do something about it. With children in apartment buildings.
Is this the current owner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who is being hailed as someone responsible. So what I would like to propose to the city is we check into life safety issues that can be addressed through the city staff immediately without having to wait for special magistrate hearings.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Our final speaker on this item is Amy Pyle.
I'm going to try to be super quick, and I'll let you know I'm not doing a public comment tonight that I was going to do because it's way too late. So on this property, I know it's been a long time coming. I think we finally have an owner that's going to be responsible. I can personally vouch for the fact that they are very responsive. They are the manager of the new Streamline Hotel. Remember, I had all those problems with the Streamline, and then I went crazy that one night, and then he's been great since then. And he, you know, I can text him, they call back, you know, if I have any problems. So I think we have evidence that the owners of this property are going to take care of it, and we'll finally get it cleaned up. So, you know, cut them a little slack, just a little bit more. All the things that she mentioned, I believe, have been addressed and taken care of, and it'll be good. Thanks. I'm tired.
That was my final speaker.
Why do I have staff? Why do I have 2 responsible citizens, 3 giving 2 different sides of an equation or a situation? What is the veracity of Ms. Nice's assessment of what has transpired?
Mayor Jim Morris, Deputy City Manager, I think the truth of it is both stories are true. It depends upon the early time when the property owner was getting a grip on it and dealing with the special magistrate. And I know that they worked to correct things. I personally have communicated with Denzel when things were brought to my attention, partially through emails from Emily and other people. Denzel immediately attended to that, and I've checked with him prior to coming to you tonight to make sure things were in shape as far as the extension, and Denzel assured me that they were. So Code will continue to be responsive. And so there's the time early and there's a time later where things are worse and better. And the property owner has worked to get those things done. I would point out to you the extension is for a 2-year period. You know, I talked about not giving too much time, so the idea is to push the process. And from the standpoint of remedy, there isn't another adequate remedy at the moment. The property can be rehabbed and restored. It should have been a long time ago. There's no dispute about that. But from the standpoint of causing demolition, you've got to have property that's in shape to be demolished, and if a property owner has a plan to restore it, you ordinarily give that opportunity. So the compromise is 2 years to cause it to be done, and like I said, I've spoken with Denzel just prior to coming to this meeting. Can things go wrong? Certainly they can, but things can also be corrected.
And what assurance do we have for an expedited resolution to these issues that are continuing?
Other than 2 years in the code and the agreement, I don't think there is anything else to push that part of it other than having to get it done. But as it relates to special magistrate proceedings, without looking at them particularly, they've got standing orders, the ability to fine, and we've got, certainly code's attention is on this. And I've received emails from Emily and from others and communicate directly about those pretty quickly to make sure from our side we do everything we can to push it forward to stay in shape.
Okay.
There's nothing in the extension that would preclude code enforcement, and some of the
Right.
remedies that would have to be pursued in order to comply with code enforcement, they require that the property have permitted uses. If you don't approve an extension, the property has no zoning authorizing anything to be done. There would need to be a rezoning brought back here to give them some alternative uses.
In terms of the most expeditious path, if I take what Ben said and spin it a slightly different way, this is the most expeditious path to have correction occur. The administrative rezoning, or however we did it, would take at least 3 months to do. And this can let it move forward. Hopefully, the ideas that both sides have expressed will be addressed and cured.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. You said 2 years?
2 years is the term for the extension.
And how long can they get away with not doing anything in that 2 years before we take action again?
There isn't anything in the agreement that I can recall, and I don't think there is, in terms of the 2-year period. They've got to keep the property code compliant as it relates to fences and the other things that pertain to window boarding, which is something we've put in place since this problem started. Those are two things that have occurred. And then as far as maintenance, the code has stayed on top of this property, and Emily has communicated to me and to Dennis, and we've responded both to her emails and her issues, one being the fence, which I think was, I thought it had been patched with like surveyor tape, which is not going to keep the fence intact. And Denzel was certainly aware of that, and Denzel Sykes, the chief of code enforcement, is responding directly to those things.
I'm not particularly familiar with this specific code case, but if there's been a magistrate order finding noncompliance, which they're now complying with, and then they fall out of compliance again,
right,
then the city can immediately move for a hearing on that noncompliance. There's no obligation to give a
Did they-
notice of violation and further time to cure. They can go right to the magistrate and get to fines.
Get the fines. There's no way we can force a demolition or anything of the property immediately if they don't comply.
We do have, we have adopted the International Property Maintenance Code. And again, nothing in that code is suspended either. If the property got to a condition where the building official condemned it, then the building official, would take action in accordance with that condemnation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just have a question about this also. This PD was approved 12/21/2015, right? So
I believe that's correct when
okay.
I read it, yes.
Well, according to what it
Not
says
to this
here.
property owner, to another property owner.
Correct. So the PDs are transferable.
The PD is not the PD had
It runs
run out of
with the
time.
land.
Okay.
It's inactive, so they're asking you to renew the terms of the existing PD, which relies upon the site plan and configuration of
So-
the property as it sits.
So this 2 years extension, is it for completion schedule?
It is for, yes, it's for, first they have the use approved, if you approve this. The zoning says they can do this. That means they're consistent with a building permit to repair and replace, so that we can issue building permits that are consistent with the zoning to do the work, basically to make the property back to the kind of shape that it was in once.
I guess my main question is, do they have to finish this project in 2 years? Is that what the extension means?
Yes. They've got to submit construction permits within 18 months. Yes, they do have to finish it. Now,
So
there's
did they-
always
well, okay,
always a
this-
circumstance where you've got somebody that's on the
Because
edge of
according to
getting a
this,
CO.
I mean, it says they had 7 years and 6 months. It's already been 8 years, so it's
You
expired.
look at the resolution in your agenda, item
What does
10A.
that mean? But we're extending based on this PD, even if
No,
it's a different owner.
It's a 2-year extension. The 7 years has passed.
8 years, 2015, right? We're in 2023. That's 8
We're
years.
presently in 2023, so it
Yeah,
should
so
be
it's 8
December
years.
2025. Would be when it expires unless they have improved it to put it in place.
Let me clarify the effect of the resolution. On page 756 of your agenda, the existing agreement lists two deadlines that are significant. One is they have to apply for construction permits within 18 months of the approval of the agreement. That would now be 2 years from the date of this resolution. The second deadline is that construction would need to be substantially complete within 5 years of approval of the agreement. That would now be within 2 years of the date of this resolution. That's how this resolution would operate. They would have to complete everything, the way this resolution is worded, within 2 years. Getting permits and completing construction. That's the.
Okay, we're not extending it for like another 8 years.
No, ma'am, 2 years.
Okay.
That's in your resolution.
Just another example of a approved PD and it's
Well,
not
and that's
followed
actually
through.
why I brought it up, because this
how can we-
addresses what you as a commission.
How can we avoid things like this that they
Pardon
don't
me?
take? How can we avoid things like this that it's not going to
I
take
don't think
another?
there is a way to avoid
There's
it
not a
because of
way.
human nature.
Okay.
But isn't this a new owner and they're
Yes,
asking for this extension?
Yes, ma'am, it is a
So they're
new
not the
owner
ones
that has
that
not
have
been involved
delayed.
prior. As I said, since they have had ownership, my experience in coordinating with code and responding to emails from Emily have been that they've been responsive. They could have done some things better and quicker, I imagine, but they've done, as far as I know, what they were supposed to do, and I've stayed in touch with Denzel because I expected these questions.
I got all that, Mr. Morris. I just wanted, I don't know if she realized that you said it was a new owner.
Yes, ma'am, it is a new owner.
I know, but then if they decide to sell, then it's going to be another new owner. You know, it's just this loop.
The third owner.
The function of deadlines in a development agreement isn't to ensure really that the project's done. It's to allow the city to re-examine whether the conditions that warranted approval in the first place, what do the surrounding properties look like, all that, you could give that a fresh look. If this were conventionally zoned, if they'd rezoned from one conventional zoning category to another, there's no clock that they have to comply with. They have the rights under the zoning that's provided in the code. So again, the purpose really isn't to require the development to occur within so much time. It's really to give you the look that you're giving right now to see if you want to extend.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, please stay on top of them.
Yes, sir, we will. And I imagine I'll receive emails that help me do that.
Yes, I'm sure you will. Okay. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor, let it be noted by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we will now move on to commission commentary. I believe we commence with Commissioner Cantu.
Correct.
I will make it very quick. Last time I talked to you about the Senate Bill 102, about the meetings we had, and there was a meeting going to take place in Tallahassee. Another meeting, that was with Senator Catalude, I believe her name is, Cody Blazer, Florida Housing Coalition, and Senator Broder. They are going to do some revisions to that bill, but we're not sure what revisions, and it's going to be very little. And it will be put into other bills, not Senate Bill 102. So we do have the ordinance that we agreed on, and I believe it was on the planning board. It's on the planning board tomorrow. Is that being continued? Because we were going to add some other things in there.
You'd have to ask Mr. Mrozek that question.
Is he still here, Dennis?
They may have ran.
I believe, like Elvis, he has left the building.
Do you know?
I didn't hear your question.
Okay, the ordinance for Senate Bill 102, Live Local Act, is on the planning board tomorrow, and that's what my question.
Whichever newspaper we chose.
It's being
to advertise.
continued.
Yes, they
Okay.
timely post the advertisement.
I'll advertise the hometown news, so it'll be going on the next agenda.
Okay, that's great.
the delay.
And then, so we will be able to add the driving range to that as we spoke and everything else. Okay. And then,
Otherwise, the work's done, but.
okay, then it'll come to the city commission for first and second reading. Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Mr. Henry?
Santa Run, Santa Run, Santa Run. Commissioner Reed and I had our Santa Run this past Wednesday, and it was the best Santa Run ever. It was amazing. And when I tell you, Chief and the officers and the fire department did a phenomenal job. We had far, far more children to come out and participate. And when we got over on Paula's side, where it's not Soul City anymore, what is it called? Daytona Gardens. Every child came out.
When did they change it?
South Street, Keith, Caroline.
Oh, every child came out. They were running behind the officers. They were trying to get to the It was the greatest feeling. And that is the type of interaction I love to see the children have with our police officers. That's community policing. So I hope to do more activities where they have that kind of interaction and that excitement to interact with our police department. I just remember this one man, he was walking down the street and he was walking with a friend, and one of the officers was on the loudspeaker, and he said, "Merry Christmas." And he looked at his friend and he said, "Did you hear that? The police officer wished me a Merry Christmas." So just goodwill and just lots of fanfare. And so thank you to police chief, all the officers, and the fire department. And then they got to go back to the Cherry Center, and they got to take pictures with Santa, and they got cookies and hot chocolate. So it was a great event. Next thing is the Jingle All the Waves. We had the absolute best Jingle All the Waves, and I'm not just being biased here. I'm telling you, we had fireworks at the end. Name a city that had fireworks at the end. I'm waiting, because you can't name one besides us. So we had fireworks at the end of Jingle All the Waves. What a wonderful time. And guess what? Guess who led out as the grand marshals for Jingle All the Way? It was none other than the Mainland Buccaneers, your Class 3S state champions. We did it this year. So the guys did a fantastic job. We got down to Tallahassee. We handled business. We took names. We wrote IOUs, and we cashed it in this year. And we came back as the state champions. So congratulations to Coach Travis. And this was a wonderful win for the city of Daytona Beach to bring that back. We haven't done it in 20 years. So it was 20 years almost to the day that we've done this. So those are all my good announcements for now. And I want to wish everyone a happy, merry, safe Christmas, happy holidays. Whatever holiday you celebrate, I'm here for it for you, and enjoy your holidays. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Good job, Commissioner.
Well, I'm just gonna piggyback on a couple of things she said. Yes, the Santa Run was phenomenal. I had that on here, and I thanked Chief earlier while I was at Pat Bliss retirement, so I have that acknowledgement on here as well. And I also had the Tallahassee trip. They had me on the edge. I was screaming. Sorry. I was screaming time out those last 3 seconds. Because when that young man ran that football all the way back from the kickoff, I said, "Oh my God, what have we done?" You know, I rode a bus for 4 hours for them to beat us this bad. But I hung on in there, Mr. Mayor, and cheered to the end. But I'd like to share something with you all. Our first annual Children's Christmas Party at the Jackie Robinson Stadium. Thank you to Cougars. Check it out. a huge success, and can't thank Jim Jaworski and the Tortugas and Keith Willis and his staff enough, and Betty Goodman for helping us to pull this off. I mean, I got there at 5:30. They were lined up from the gate to the parking lot already. And all the families that came out and brought their children, they were so pleasant. They kept thanking us. They were asking, did they have to pay for stuff? And we're like, no, this is for you. The kids had a great time. You know, I think if our children had never been to Jackie Robinson Ballpark, they were there that night. It exposed them to something that our city has that's for them. I think even some of the parents had probably never been to Jackie Robinson and had an opportunity to come and see what that park had to offer. And what was really nice, although we had all those things planned for them, you know how children are. They'll make up something. They were running all around and racing. Racing wasn't even on the list. And they were making up their own little races and running and just free to have a nice, clean park to run around in. So I'm very grateful that this came to fruition and that I had the support that I had. And thank you all as well. Merry Christmas and have a blessed new year. So let me end with my numbers. 2024. 2023 will be no more. 2 plus 0 plus the 2 of the 23 plus the 4 equals 8. And 8 is God's number for new beginning. Bring on 2024.
All right now.
Right, Commissioner.
Thank God you could still do math at this hour. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and Happy New Year. See everybody next year.
Mitch?
I was not going to say anything, but we were talking about PDs. Can we have a workshop on PDs at some point?
Sure.
Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Have whatever.
I was asking the legal brain over. I know you're smart, but I was asking the legal guy to get the real thing. Can we have a workshop
Sure,
about
I mean,
that?
you don't need my permission, but
Well, somebody, I can't just say, hey, we're going to have a workshop.
There it is.
Well,
But I think, Pat, I
Yes, then
think
your
staff
colleagues
is already
can-
looking at our
You
PDs.
can have it.
And since you and I can't really talk about shelter unless we're sitting here amongst these people, you had mentioned doing a, you know what I'm talking about, you mentioned doing.
Giving the money to the foundation.
Foundation, yes. Have you started that yet?
No, but all you have to do is make your donation and they'll designate it to go to the foundation. You just make it as a part of that.
Okay.
We haven't started it yet.
Okay. Well, I think I made that designation with the match money that I sought after the last time.
You did.
Merry Christmas, everybody, and hope next time we don't stay here this late. It's past my bedtime.
Okay.
Don't let him do his 30-minute presentation tonight.
Wait, Mayor,
We'll take that off the agenda right now.
sorry, Cornita. I brought up a while ago about PDs and all the land uses. Weren't they already looking at all that? Our PDs right now? That's what I thought. It's being worked on right now. Okay.
And Commissioner May, if I may interject, y'all, Ken had a birthday a couple of days ago. So say happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Ken. I didn't know that.
You don't look a day older.
No, he looked 2 or 3 days older.
Commissioner May?
Good night, everybody. See you next year.
Okay. Let me get my list here. Yeah, well, the citizens have to wait. Okay. The first thing is that, that has already been mentioned, and we won't state any more, but Mainland won the state championship, and so now we are hopeful that the boys and girls basketball team will duplicate what they did last year and go to the championship and hopefully win. And that's, then when we have the parade in the spring, we will have some sort of party. Gee, I can't find my notes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say, that we, had a great meeting tonight, and it's past my bedtime too, so I'm sort of delirious. Do we have any other comments? No more? This concludes our commission comments. We'll move on to the manager and then the city attorney.
Good morning, good evening. Just two items that we are share. We'll have a better presentation in January, but you all challenged us to do a small business summit for the community. We have put those together, being led by Phoebe Fuquay and Jeff Brown. They're here. I'm glad you all were able to stay with us this evening. It's going to be on February the 24th. I'm at the Yvonne Scarlett Golden Cultural Center. So in the second meeting in January, we'll provide you with the agenda for that. But we're going to start. We've already started advertising, and they posted up QR codes. So we're asking any of those small business owners to come and participate, because this was something that you all brought forward a while back. Also, if you see on the first page of the city manager's update, thank you both, Ms. Fuquay and Mr. Brown, for staying here early in the morning. We have submitted a proposal for the Florida Museum of Black History that we have been working on. Emails were sent in to the Visitors Bureau, to the mayor in my office, and we put together a very good proposal. They provided us with 5 minutes to present. We hope that this will be something that will come to our area. The legislature endorsed, and the governor endorsed this project, so we hope that our community will be one of the communities that they look at very seriously for this. And we're going to be working with the private sector, the universities and school, but both the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate appointed individuals to serve on this particular museum task force, and it was signed off by the governor. So we hope that we'll be one of the cities that we will be the city that gets this museum in our community. So that concludes my report. And as I said, the business summit will provide you with a more detailed agenda and a presentation at our meeting in January.
Awesome. Mr. Attorney?
Good night and happy holiday, everybody.
Good morning.
I neglected to say before Ms. Ruby comes up, our school grades came out. If we got graded like they, within the time that they grade us from the state, if we took our test like that, then we would all fail. But school grades came out in Daytona Beach. All schools had a C or above, which is great. In Volusia County, I don't think we had any D or F schools. And that is even greater. And so we've done an amazing job as a commission supporting our schools, and I want to encourage us to continue to find ways to do that. Now we will hear from the residents of Daytona Beach.
Okay, our first speaker is John Nicholson, and on deck is Holly
John,
Duckworth.
first time in history, John, I saw you taking a nod.
Not the first time I've taken a nod.
Not the first time? My first time.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. It's not late. But Asher would keep us here normally till 1:30.
Yes, he would.
And the latest one was 3:39 in the morning.
Yes, he would.
So this is not late at all.
That's a fact.
A couple of things. One, Jenny Nazak couldn't be here tonight, but I would like to ask on her behalf the concept of trees and the ability of trees to absorb 40 to 50,000 gallons. We keep wiping out all these trees, and if you notice up and down certain areas, the oak trees are gone. The city spent 10 years trying to get rid of every pine tree. That absorbs a great deal of water, so I'm asking you to look at the validity of, and I know they absorb water, but I don't know how much, to see if it would help in our midtown area and our downtown area, because we got rid of a lot of trees. Secondly, the first speaker made a comment about people would come into town, they couldn't find a place to rent or to build. I went to our board and I asked them 20 years ago, is there a possibility, there's a man named Mr. Cotton that builds and spec, if we could have 100 or 200,000 square foot buildings built and not taxed until it's rented. Because the worst thing is, you've got a vacant property and you're paying $100 in taxes. You build a building and now there's $10,000 in taxes. So it's an incentive not to build. If we could take those taxes until it's rented, it's a possibility that they could build on spec until somebody rented. Third, the charter, it's coming up down the pike. Three things I would like to mention. Term limits. Everybody in the world has term limits, but the city of Daytona Beach, I would like us to seriously look at term limits. Two, no protection for sitting commissioners. I think we're the only city in Volusia County, in the county, that protects its sitting commissioners and rezones around where you live. That's a terrible way of doing it. It depends on where the growth is, all right? And third, beachside, all right? It's our core area, and we neglect it, okay? Jim Chisholm purposely neglected it for years. We need, no matter where they go, it's pristine. If they go board a cruise ship, there's not a piece of trash anywhere. Go to Disney, they have men running around picking up trash. You never see trash anywhere. Go to the beachside. We pick up, I think, twice a month or whatever it is. It's terrible. Our A1A is in terrible shape, all right? Our tourists see that. They walk past it all. We've got to spend time on the beachside, making it look better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Holly Beckwith, and I believe, did Ms. Pyle leave? Okay, then our next speaker is Marjorie Johnson.
You came back, Ms. Johnson? No, when you get up to speak.
Holly Beckwith, 1223 River Place. Thank you, ladies, for giving myself, my daughter, and my granddaughters the finger. I'm really upset. But moving forward, I wanted to talk about community and being neighborly. This now a planned development across the street has not heeded one of my concerns yet, most specifically about their retention water. The lights coming and hitting my living room from their entrance. One green piece of paper, a friend I wrote, they specifically say one thing of interest to us as homeowners is that our taxes be frozen if this big building is supposedly such a big deal and we gotta have it. So me and my daughters have to deal with the racket that will echo off the fireworks store. There's a couple issues we need to work on together moving forward, because as I understand, I've done 14 months of research now to understand how this could not have gone the way that it has, but it has. So I found a lot of interesting information where the city actually would like for me to be able to work on my historic home, or to make any improvements to it that would help fight the wind that's gonna come off of this building, much less the water retention. These things hadn't been addressed by Mr. Merrill or Neighbor Ed. So I have a short list of things that I'm waiting 14 months to be addressed by the developer. But now that they're gonna move off and just wave at me as I go along, I'm still gonna have these issues, and I'm still gonna have to bring them here to find the help from the city to be able to actually stand with the citizens, or at least the specific historic neighborhood within 200 feet of that new building, if it ever gets off the ground. But that's just really offensive. Everybody wants to go have a good Christmas. I have to worry about this. So, appreciate ya. Have a nice night.
Okay, our next speaker is Marjorie Johnson, and I believe Rita and Carol both left, and so is Mr. Brown still here? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Johnson. I'm sorry.
Marjorie Johnson, 122 South Key Street. I'd just like to say that you made history. I've staying here till 12 o'clock. This never, ever happened before. And we went through the meetings, and we get out by 10 o'clock. And I was looking at the board outside, and on that board are 19 mayors. And the first one was a woman, and the second one, last one, Scarlett Golden, was a woman. I've seen a lot of unprofessional conduct go on here in this meeting, rudeness by commissioners on this side over here, disrespect of our resident, speaking to our residents or speaking, and especially under the minutes. Now, that was really a shock when I saw that happen with Zone 6 Commissioner Paula Reed and and Derek Henry. That should not be going on. Now, I got up here and advocated for you, Mr. Feature, to be the city manager. Feature. Feature. I like Feature better. So, see, that would mean incompetence and ignorance going on. It's sad, but that's the way it is when you put ignorant people in office. You have to overlook them. I'm like to say that. We shouldn't have to sit up in these meetings till 12 o'clock at night. When Glenn Richard was here, he did a much better job. I heard David Henry say tonight that Jim Chisholm was a magician. Well, he was a magician who took us out of the meetings and had us speaking after. You know, he took us out of the meeting and had us speaking after adjournment. And no one else up here spoke up because a lot of you wasn't here. The only one here was Reed and Henry, the Hendrys and stuff. No one should be speaking after adjournment. You should be speaking in the meeting. I was so glad that they honored me in the Daytona Times. And I put in that paper that, you know, after adjournment, our rights was violated. So it's a sad situation, but it needs to be corrected. City manager, you need to correct some of this unprofessionalism that's going on here. We didn't have this under Jim Chisholm or any of the other city managers. If you look out there on that board out there, all those 19 mayors, another thing that I'm not happy about is that we are speaking after the commissioners and all of the others we spoke before them. You need to correct that and put it back the way it's been under all 19 mayors out there on the wall out there. I'm not happy about it. Make it happen. Thank you. Good night.
Our final speaker tonight is Ann Ruby. Everybody else.
Ann Ruby, 137 Park Avenue. I just wanted to talk about the benefits of a PD. One of the studies I was going to do, but I am hoping that you all would ask staff to do. Go through the last 2 years of PDs and collect what the verbiage is for the benefits. Because the benefits it's all the same language. There's never really a benefit specific to the community. And I think if you're going to talk about PDs, that would be a useful thing to know. What have they been saying they're going to provide for a community benefit? You know, I noticed out at Latitude Margaritaville, they have a Latitude Margaritaville Daytona Beach Community Foundation. They've donated a boatload of money. I don't know if that was in the PD or not, but it would be interesting to know.
No, it wasn't.
So, okay. So it would just be interesting to know what kind of language has been used, and I would hope that you would be curious enough to ask staff to do that, so I don't. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas, a happy holiday season. Thank you all, and good night.
Good night. That was our final.
Just so you know, that has to do with Minto HOA and the developer and the residents. They put so much money into their HOA. Do what?
There was a reason. It wasn't just because I forget why.
Yeah, but it wasn't in the PD.
But we discussed it before.
Right.
We did.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. It's great to be a Daytona Beach resident. Good night.